Oh shit. What's good, everybody? Oh damn. What's up, y'all? It's good. Makio, what's up? What's up, Buckets? So DeMarcus, giving folks time to get on up in here. We got a couple of topics that we gonna touch on. Carlita, what's good? Pronounce what wrong? What are you talking about? It's good, Cedric. Sham. Yeah, and Cedric, I went and saw I saw the post that you was talking about too. With D Wid's brother. Me personally, I think that was really good casting too. Because if you pay attention, Daniel Ezra do look a lot like the cat, the actor that played D Wiz. So yeah, I think that's good casting. Oh, I mispronounced it. Oh, your name. What? Tell me how to say it. What is it? I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought I was saying it right. What is it? Makio? I'm sorry, my bad, bro. Mackie. Okay, got it. Macchio. Got you, Macchio. Remember that now. What's good, Hezekiah? So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to dive on in. Raising Kanan season 5. Ty Shepard, what's good, my boy? So Raising Kanan season 5. We can do. I'm gonna do sort of what to expect. Give a few predictions. Hold on. Give a few predictions on a couple of things. Now I put out a video earlier today. I know y'all saw it. Some of y'all at least. Majority of y'all probably in here already saw it. On whether or not, Rock is dead or not. Some people still on the fence. And shout out to Getting It How I Live, because he had some good catches on his video earlier today. I don't know if y'all seen it yet. If you haven't, I say you should go look at it. With determining whether or not Rock is dead or not. So about Rock, the scene where Kanan said, "I just went to go see my mom." Was that a throwaway line, or he meant to go see? Okay, so yeah, I've always said with that, in my opinion, that he was referring to his mother's gravesite. Like to be honest with you, when I first saw that line, period, in Power, when I was watching it, I don't know, I naturally didn't. Later on, thought he was talking about. I always did just thought he was talking about a gravesite. So about you said Crystal could have a film. Now I saw when you said that in the comment section. That I'll give you. It is possible that Crystal could have a funeral scene. It is possible, but in my opinion, I would think no. You know what? It's very much possible. I'll give you that. I'm not gonna even try to I'm not gonna even try to debate that. It could be Crystal's funeral. But one thing's for sure, if Rock is gone, you best believe it's gonna be her funeral. And to the Spinells, I always thought he meant her gravesite. Yeah. Because like I said, what doesn't make sense, like I get it, they could have just, changed up the storyline. That's very much possible. But um my thing is like I said, out not talking about that part about them changing it. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Like I said last time, that Ghost and Tommy didn't acknowledge that he said he went to go see his mom. I just know naturally you would ask how one of your good friends' mom is if you knew her. More than likely, they had to have known him, with them have knowing each other for like 20 plus years. Well, not maybe not 20 plus, but at least 15 years, right? I'm gonna go ahead and put in a banner for it, folks. That's the first thing we talking about. And anybody that come in, you can go ahead and y'all can leave y'all opinion. Matter of fact, the people that's in the chat now, y'all can go ahead and just leave me y'all opinion on whether or not y'all think she's out of here or not. What's good, Coach Dreadhead? Yeah, the house Juke took Tariq too. That could very much have been, what I'm saying, Rock's house. It did look similar, and it did look like it was like a abandoned house. So if that is the case, it would make a whole lot of sense why Kanan was spooked when he saw the location of where Juke was hiding him, because like he told like he said in the video, he was trying to give Ghost a history lesson, and he was automatically thinking, because more than likely Juke probably got really angry at Kanan for, if that is the case that he took out his mom, got really angry at taking out his mom. Keep in mind also something else I want to put on the table. It was around the end of season 4, around that time, that it was that Courtney Kemp figured out that they would be doing a Power Universe thing, right? So Juke was taken out season 4, episode 6. So that would make sense, you know what I'm saying, that would make sense that they decided to incorporate that house being Rock's house, you know what I'm saying, during that time period, because that's around the time that they supposed to have been creating the spin-out. I'm not saying they thought that far ahead, but it's possible. But anyways, though, that would explain why Kanan got so scared and decided to go ahead and give Ghost a gun too, because like this, this crazy bee could be owned one and possibly planning on killing both of us. So let me go ahead and increase my chance of survival by giving Ghost it, go ahead and letting Ghost scrap up and just hope for the best. I mean, it could have been what was going on there. Dude, stop talking about that BS talking about some walked out of the hotel. That is not even the same damn movie. Y'all folks gotta start paying attention to shit. It's not the same damn movie. That's some manipulative shit that they came up with. Anyways, I think she gone because of her contact issues. I think the storyline got switched up. Did you mean contract? I'm guessing you meant contract. Go ahead, explain what you mean by more about, her contract issues. Fair play was dissing DeMarcus. That's crazy. What's good, Ty? Dang, that boy don't watch everything. That's crazy. Hey, that's shout out to this man, bro. Cause he came up into bro came up into the live one time randomly and he didn't know what we were talking about. And like he we told him about the show and he started like watching all of it. And this was what, maybe 2 months ago at the most. And he watched the entire Power series, and then now he watched all of Raising Kanan. I'm not sure have you touched on book two Ghosts or not yet, but yeah, that's what's up. That man watched all this shit. Remember that Rock took young Kanan back to Lulu house because it was already a crime scene. Hmm? What I don't know what part you're referring to, Demarcus. What's up, support? I was saying Kanan can't shoot. Okay, that don't mean nothing. Y'all just making up shit. If Rock is dead, what's the point of having the end in all black? Just show her die on screen because it's multiple. Okay, so let's go ahead and address that. It's multiple reasons why they would do it that way. Like I initially, when I first watched the episode the first time watching, y'all got to think about it. In the black community, we love our black mothers. Nobody, and I mean nobody, because I know on every channel that I saw, especially that if you're a black content creator for Power, all of them were talking about how they don't want to see a child killing his mother on screen. Everybody was saying that. So I'm pretty sure the writers of Raising Kanan are smart enough to know that that would get a lot of backlash, similar to what happened when they took out Ghost, because they got a lot of backlash with that one. So they're not going to make the same mistake twice, people. So that's why they probably decided, hey, let's just do the shot off screen. That way they won't actually see it. And then this way, folks won't know whether or not she's alive or not. So they're going to tune in for the suspense to find out if she's dead or not. And that they'll get the ratings from there. And then all they got to do is sell them on that episode one. They're going to put something really big in that episode one to keep you watching. It's textbook writing. That's all it is. And then y'all also acting like they didn't do the same thing with Ghost. They did the exact same thing. Episode 10, season 6, Ghost was shot off screen. They didn't show him getting shot. You just saw him falling with the Big Rich Town song playing, indicating he got shot, but you didn't know who did it, how it happened, what happened, was it real, anything. You had to wait to find out, which we did later. So it's the same thing. You thought they filmed season 5 post leaks? I'm not sure what you mean. What's the good S? You watch Force too? Damn. But if that was Rock's house, wouldn't Kanan have known that location before he got there with Ghost? Agreed. I agree with you. That's true. Yeah. But he probably did know that. You know what I'm saying? And once he got the address, he was like, "Damn!" And that because you think about it, it's not like he checked his phone then gave Ghost the gun. He'd already, he just gave Ghost the gun as soon as he got out of the car to to prepare for when they go in. So I'm pretty sure he did already know that, you know, that was his mom's old house. And he was like, this look crazy be up to something. And that's what made him do that. Cause if you pay attention, all three of them, Kanan, Tommy, and Ghost, kind of showed a little bit, not like they just, shaky and just straight up scared of her, but they all had a little bit of like, you know, obviously all of them had a lot of respect, but almost a little bit of fear, like that, bro, she crazy as hell. Like I don't want to step to her. Wasn't Patina pregnant in season 2 or 3 and taken off to take care of her baby. I'm not sure of that. Just ask. To my knowledge, I haven't heard anything about her bit with being pregnant, so I'm not sure. I don't think so. Okay, so you were referring to contract issues. Forgot her real name, but she wanted more money, and they had paid Bree's character that check. Okay, so I have to go and research that because actually, to be honest with you, this is the first of what I'm hearing of this. But if that is the truth, then that further, what I'm saying, confirms what I'm saying, that it is more than likely the truth. Because I had been telling y'all from the beginning, you can't have Rock and Breeze on the same screen for a season, for a full season. You can't have it because Rock takes away too much attention. And then on top of that, I also mentioned that from a money perspective, it would be an issue. Because keep in mind, the reason why they canceled Book 2 Ghost was because of the shows get very expensive after the fourth season. Well, what season is Raising Kanan on? They're on the fourth season, people. So you just bring in Shamik Moore, and then it's rumored that they're bringing in Daniel Ezra too. He's not going to be cheap as well. So if you're bringing in both of them, you need to get rid of some of that pay. That you got to do a little bit of pay cuts. And I'm going to touch on the Daniel Ezra issue right after this. But yeah, so it also could have been a budget issue as well. So they were like, it's the perfect time. Let's just go ahead, write Rock's character off. She did a very fantastic job. It's time to go ahead and bring in Breeze. All of the fans want him anyway. It's perfect timing. Bring in Breeze, and then shortly after, we can go ahead and bring in Tommy and Ghost, which I think will happen probably towards, I don't know if I want to say towards the end, but absolutely, I can guarantee you they're going to bring them this season. Covered up. So that's another thing, of course, for us to expect, look forward to, is the introduction of Ghost and Tommy. But we're also going to touch on that, a little later. But let's see. Any more on what I eat for lunch? Man, I had some little vegan pasta that I got from some Thai place. I must be the most hated around here. Why you say that, Buckets? I eat the most hated. I think Kanan didn't shoot her. It was the person behind her, but she gone though. Okay, so Coach, I seen a couple of people saying that, and I can agree that that might be the truth. But either way, like I said, I wasn't firm on saying that 100% Kanan killed her, but 100% she's up out of here. Dre had to scrap on his mother Vanessa, just like Kanan had to scrap on it at Rock. So what are you implying? I know you're not saying the same thing happened. That's what you be connected. Crazy dice, nigga. They doing Rock like they did. Exactly, bro. Bro, this man is on point. That's exactly what they're doing. This is the same tactics. This is the exact same tactics, bro. They did the same thing with Angela. Got her, she got shot on a clip. Only difference is they actually showed it because it wasn't as bad. It wasn't a son killing a mother. So they will actually show the shot. But it's the same thing. They had Angela being reported in season 6. They had her promoting the season, just like they doing with Patina. But when we saw it, she died in episode 1. And the exact same thing is gonna happen here. I don't know how y'all keep falling for the same traps. For the people that's trying to say she's alive. Isn't the guy that's playing Breeze the same guy that was acting all weird and clingy with that white gold that played in Sinners? I don't think Shamik Moore was in Sinners. I don't think Ghost and Tommy knew about Kanan's mom and uncles only. Mom and uncle's only Jew. So, Miles, I agree. They didn't know his mom, but I do think they knew his uncles. Now, it could have been a recon going on, or it could have been just simply Kanan lying. But keep in mind, and well, I can't remember what was this when Kanan was talking to them in season to Tariq in season 3, or was this him talking to him in season 5? Either way, one of the times he was speaking to them and he was saying that he first started off in the game selling for his uncles. Remember, he said he's selling Fat Alberts for his uncle. He said Ghost and Tommy, and he said both of them were with him. So, according to that storyline, unless that has changed, they did know his uncles. He didn't mention his mom. And keep in mind, like I told y'all, they knew about the spinoffs by this time in season 5. So I believe it was season 5, if I'm not mistaken. So if that's the case, he did know the uncle. They knew the uncles, but they did not know his mom. And that would make sense because the mom is dead, and the uncles, as we know, are still alive. So what is this footage of Patina shooting a scene from season 5? Then allegedly there is a scene of her walking out of the building. That is, bro. That is not. I don't think that's Raising Kanan, bro. Folks is showing that, trying to say that's Raising Kanan, similar to when they were trying to say that a scene from Reasonable Doubt was Detective Carter for Book 2 Ghost. They did the same thing, but it wasn't. It was a scene from Reasonable Doubt. That's probably Bettina from, or maybe somebody looked like her from a totally different. Somebody said that was the 5 Heartbeats. I'm not sure on that. It's been so long since I've seen the 5 Heartbeats, I don't remember it. But yeah, there was somebody told me that that's not even the same show. So, and more than likely, it's probably not. And then I also saw it myself. You can't even see it close enough to prove that that's even right. The guy who played Breeze is going to do good as him. Mark my words. I agree with you. I think he will too. I was saying that because people have been telling me that they re-recorded the last season of Force, season 3, and Raising Kanan season. Bro, they didn't do that. I'm gonna tell you right now, they didn't do that. You know how much that would cost for them to refilm? Like, see, as fans, people don't understand what all has to be put into place in order to make a show or a film like that. Like, just a fan, all you see is the finished product, but you don't understand everything that has to happen in order to make this a thing. Like, people that are actual actors that actually works in the business and stuff, like I do, is a whole lot that has to be done in order to make that happen. First off, in order for them to refilm that, they would have to repay them people. You're not going to want to pay all of those. You got to pay the crew over. Then you got to rent all the stuff that you rented. You got to rent that shit over again. You got to pay the taxes and stuff that you paid again. Rent out the locations, all of that. You know how much money it would cost for them to do that whole thing over. They're not doing that. The season was shot back to back. They shot season 4 and then they shot season 5 immediately after. They did not read. Now there is a such thing where you can go back and touch up a few scenes. Like, let's say, hey, we noticed in episode 3, um, Rock Rock's hair was laid back this way in this episode prior. So we got to go back and touch her up and fix that. Now that's very much possible, but guess what? That's not going to cost that much. That's very small. But to go back and fix an entire episode, let alone an entire season, no, bro. They're not doing that. It's going to cost too much and it's way too much. It's going to be way too complicated. That's not happening. Is it confirmed Ghost and Tommy will be introduced next season? It is not 100% confirmed, but I can almost guarantee you it makes sense. I think Rock is gone, big homie. Remember that Rock had young Kanan change his clothes at Lulu's house. Then Unique set it on fire. Lulu's spot was already a crime scene. Okay, so you're saying that the place that um, you're saying that the place that Juke took him was Lulu's spot. That's what you're saying. I don't know. I'm not gonna really challenge you on that because, like I said, we don't really know. But my thing is more than likely, it probably wasn't. I don't know why she would go to Lulu's house like that randomly. That really don't make sense to me. But hey, and then Lulu's house got caught on fire. Like that place looked like it still was up pretty well. Like it looked abandoned, but it didn't look burnt down. So nah, I don't think so. Yeah, they could have Rock forced out of the game. I made that a possibility earlier in why the season was going. I agree with you on that. They could do that. And trust me, I do have another. I'm gonna tell you, I have another video that I'm going to make. That's gonna be the opposite of the one I just put out. Like I put the top 5 proof that she is alive. I'm gonna do another one, the top 5 that says she's alive. Even though I'm gonna go ahead and tell y'all, in my opinion, I think she's dead because it makes more sense to me. Hey, they could leave out the possibility of her still being alive so that they could potentially use that for the later spinoffs. I mean, that would make sense too. But either way, dead or not, she's not coming back to the series. That's what I'm telling you. I'll put it like that. Whether she's still, let's say they do write it in that she's still alive, she's not coming back to Raising Kanan. I'll say that. I have a feeling when Kanan finds out that Snaps and Pops made that call to kill Famous, he won't care, or he gonna be hesitant because he's making a lot of money with Snaps and Pops. I don't think it's gonna play out like that. My opinion, I think that nigga gonna be pretty heated about it, and he's gonna be looking at it like, he can't trust them. And that's something I was gonna make a video on too. And I guess we can go ahead and transition over to that. I asked this in my last live. So guess we can go ahead and transition over to this and talk on this topic real quick. All right, so that's a new. This here is going to be the new topic. Hold on. All right, let me go back and see what y'all talking about. What was my last comment? Hopefully, I'm not too far behind. No, I'm not that far behind. Cool. Where I stop at it. To be honest, I thought Breeze was going to be the one to manipulate Kanan into doing it. Into what? Killing Snaps and Pop. To be fair, Shamik Moore is a B plus, A minus actor. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm not super familiar with a lot of Shamik Moore's work, so I won't really give my opinion on that because I can't say really too much because I haven't seen a whole lot of him. But I've heard a lot of good reviews, so hopefully he does do a good job. And that's gonna cause friction between him and Juke. Then they fight. He gets the scar on his neck from OG Power. That's a good little twist. Ty. That's a good twist. I can see that. Everyone in power escaped death at least once in power. Both Rock and Ghost escape death at the stoplight, but they both get taken out by their kid the moment they parents say they love them. Yeah, that did happen. Now Kanan and Unique rob Rock shipment, and and he with Unique snaps and pop while they war with Lou, Rock, and Juke going into season 5. Well, here's another thing that I'm gonna say real quick. Even though I am transitioning over to the betrayal, I will. Here's another. This is for the people that wants to say Rock is alive. I'm gonna ask y'all this: did they fulfill the title name? Because keep in mind, the title of the show is "Give Me the Weight," right? So it's titled "Give Me the Weight." Did they fulfill? Like, where did that come from? Because we didn't really see nobody, get a bunch of product or nothing like that. So, or maybe behind closed doors, Kanan will tell, Rock, look, I don't want nothing to do with you. I don't want to be in your life, nothing like that. But I know you got a, supplier for product. Just give me the weight and stay the hell out of my life. Now that could be a possibility that was thrown out there, but I'm not sure. You said why they kill Crystal? Why who killed Crystal? Are you talking about Snaps and Pop, or why did the show decide to kill Crystal? When you go through all the interviews and things that SP and the cast have been doing, it seems like everything is happening right on time as planned from the beginning. 5 was always going to be it. Yeah, according to what Sasha Penn says, yeah. So they did offer up, but keep her own enemy unique alive. Now, so did you support? Did you check out my video? Because I set it up in there. That wait, maybe that's the video I haven't put out yet. Maybe it's my other video that I haven't put out yet. But anyways, um, I believe Unique is going to be killed off in episode 1 of season 5. I think he's out the very first episode because they're going to be clearing the chessboard of all the people that's going to be, taking a lot of attention from where the direction that they're headed. And Unique is also another big character that's going to be in the way. And then keep in mind, I think it was foreshadowed with what Snaps and Pop said, that they're going to keep the Unique around for a small period of time because he has an Italian connect. So basically, they're going to be trying to use him to get that connect. And then once they're done using him, they're going to get him out of the way. They're going to kill Unique in season 5, according to the fans. Well, yeah, that's what I think too. I said the white girl was in Sinners. Oh, the white girl was in Sinners. So hold on, the white girl in Sinners. What are you talking about? She's who? I'm very confused. I hope Breeze and Kanan smoke Unique, Snaps and Pop. I think that's a possibility. I'm gonna touch on that. That's why I put this up here. I'm trying to catch up on these comments. If they was worried about if they was worried about pay, they could have cut Joey because he was getting 2 million. 2 million for what? If you're talking about per episode, you crazy. There's no way in hell Joey Badass is getting paid $2 million per episode. Absolutely no way. Like he'll be lucky to get $2 million for the season. People just forget that Dre had the scrap on his mother, Vanessa, and Dre was supposed to flee town. What does that have to do with anything, bro? They could have been with Kanan. Was Kanan? Hold on. They could have been with Kanan. Was in business with Marvin, and then sold the bad drugs. I'm not sure what you mean with that. Maybe unique, but not snaps and pop. Patina is just like her rock character. I'm gonna go back and look at that image that y'all talking about. Cause like I said, I'm not even 100% sold that that's where he's getting it, or if that's even her. Cause they didn't show a close up. Snaps and Pop told Kanan that they already a connect and transportation. I wonder who they connect is. Yeah. Why would Breeze kill his aunt and uncle? Cause the nigga dirt shit crazy. This nigga all the way at the top. So I'm there. I'm far behind. Damn. Let me drop to the bottom. Let me go ahead and drop to the bottom, y'all. Cause apparently I'm way behind. So I'm at the bottom now, y'all. So whatever it is that you want to get the answer, you don't have to just say that shit over. So I'm starting at. So do we know if Rock is dead? Because I don't see them just killing her off like that. But like Jay said, they have to do things like this to move the story. So like yeah, like I said, I believe she's been taken out for a multitude of different reasons. Like I told y'all, it's textbook writing. It is going to be very difficult for them to tell the story of Breeze with Rock still being there. Even if she's not dead, she has to be taken out of the picture somehow. But you're just not going to be able to do that. Breeze, as big as of a character as you know how long we've been anticipating and wanting this character, it'll be very shitty if we keep getting small pieces of him because they trying to fit in the Rock storyline while also still telling Kanan's story. Then they're getting ready to give us Ghost and Tommy as well. While Unique is still around and the two uncles. While Juke is still been around, we know Juke ain't going nowhere. There's way too much story to tell, people. Rock is gone. She's out of here. Breeze is a huge piece. You saying Raheem could be Breeze Connect? No, he could. Yeah, he could be. But the thing is they said that Breeze just relocated to Queens, and Joaquin said he's not dealing in Queens. So I don't know. There could be a conflict. 2 million for the whole season. Joey was getting that in season one, so I don't know how much he gets now since he was around in season 5. Okay, gotcha. So 2 million the whole season. Yeah, that's possible. 2 million for the whole season. Saying that he probably getting around maybe 200 grand 200 grand a episode. Yeah, I can see that. 200 grand, maybe that 150,000 or something like that. Yeah, that probably is possible. But anyways, Rock up out of here, glad nigga. She on that kitchen floor. On God, Tobias. Who I've been trying to tell these niggas. But they over here fighting me trying to say that she ain't. Why Snaps and Pop killed Crystal? Oh, okay. So I mean, you didn't watch the episode? I mean, they killed her because she seen their face. Pop killed her because she seen her face. She couldn't just let her go and make it back to Kanan. She gonna describe her, and Kanan gonna figure out that that was Pop. You know who kidnapped her, and then he's gonna automatically assume, you know what I'm saying, that if Pop was the one who kidnapped Crystal, then more than likely they're the ones that's behind the death of Famous too. Kanan would have figured that shit out, and would have been against them, and that would have put their whole plan in jeopardy. So yeah, yeah, they definitely needed to shift the story. Like, bro, and keep in mind another reason how I be able to come up and get some of these predictions right. I'm also looking at these things as a writer myself. Like I write series a lot. I don't really write films too much. More so write series. And when you have your lead characters and stuff like that, and you're trying to put in another one, it's only so much story that you can put in there with these characters. You're gonna have to make room for them. So you're gonna have to, especially if it's a crime drama where people get killed and stuff like that. You're gonna have to make room. If you're planning on putting in another big character, you have to take out, you know what I'm saying, another. That's how it works. Look at the OG power. Every time they took out a big character, what happened? They inserted another one. You can go from the top. Um, let's see, who was the first big, big character of OG power that got knocked out? I would say the first big one was Lobos, right? And right after Lobos got taken out, who came? Milan. And Milan didn't stay long because they were really planning on putting in another big connect. Actually, two of them, which was Jason and then Jimenez. You can say the same thing for um, like every time one of them character get knocked out, they replace it with someone. Like when Angela was knocked out, they immediately replaced Angela with Ramona. So that's how, honestly, that's how I knew Famous was dead too. More confirmation that I knew Famous was dead before the season started. Not only because he wasn't, seen in any of the trailers or any of the teasers, or the fact that he wasn't promoting it on none of his social media platforms. The reason I 100% knew that Famous was dead was because they had B Rilla. I said, bro, there's no way they're putting in B Rilla, another person that's a rapper, in the storyline unless they were using him to replace someone else, which that 100% was the case. They're doing the exact same thing with Breeze here. Breeze is here to replace Rock, people. That is what it is. And more than likely, the two uncles are getting ready to get knocked out too, including Unique. Why? Because they're getting ready to replace them with Ghost and Tommy. And then they're going to transition over to Origins. That's exactly what's going on here. It's possible Rock could have faked her death with the feds involved. I mean, that's possible, bro. But to be honest with you, if they went that way, that like they're just kind of sloppy writing, bro. Because look how many look how many times we already done seen someone faking their death and just showing back up. Like we don't got this shit about 3-4 times already. It's getting played out. We would have no story if they let Crystal live. Y'all falling for it again. Remember the showrunner lied last year and said Unique died. I'm not trusting anything they say now. Rock is like, okay, all right, well, you said the same stuff with the other thing. I'm telling you. She is up out of here. I didn't fall for nothing. Now I'm going by the context clues. I didn't even listen to nothing that the people said. If you pay attention on when I was showing the proof, I didn't say not one thing that the production gave us, because I know that they lie and stuff like that. You can't go with what they said. I went with what the show was showing us and what we already know from past experience. I could make a cameo, a Camaro of Flea Queens. What? Okay, so I'm behind again. Y'all talking about the other stuff. Hold up. Rocket Lab, her screen time will probably just be reduced. It will be heavily reduced. But why would they keep her around paying her all that money just to have her? That's another thing. It's going to be a major conflict. Why reduce a character of Rock's caliber to that low and still pay her? Now, I'll give you this. Maybe they'll go the route that they did with Tasha, right? Maybe they'll You remember Tasha was a regular in season 1 of book 2 Ghost, and then they gradually, slowly reduced her role, and she just became a day player or whatever. So, but the reason why they did that with Tasha is because if you're not familiar with it, Tasha was also Notori. She was cast in a new show, and she was the lead of that. So that's the reason why they made her just a one episode each season type of character. But like I said, you're still. It depends on how much they reduce Rock's character and how they do it. I just don't think it would make sense. But hey, could be a possibility. Police kidnapped Crystal Pops. Chris Pops only came in to act like she saved her. So make that make sense. I don't see why that. No, dude. T Miles, you don't be paying attention to a lot of shit. I'm sorry, bro. I gotta tell you. Because you gotta listen to what she said to her. She said that the cops, I know you told, because Crystal said, I already told them everything I know. And she said, I know, but they don't believe you. That's indication there that she's in on what they were doing. She knows about it. So she tells that to Kanan. Kanan and Crystal are both smart individuals. They're going to put two and two together. If she knew about what's going on with the operation, more than likely she's behind it. It's not rocket science. What if they would have had Rock and Neat down the same Romeo and Julio type shit? I can see that, Hezekiah, for sure. I can definitely see that. I don't think that sloppy that ties in with the feds getting Rock the get out of jail free card. They are not killing off Rock and leaving that story arc out. So I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Dub, because that is part of what I was going to put in my top 5 reasons she could be alive theory. Because I have to admit, so far, Raising Canaan hasn't really said things without, really touching on it. If they said something, they're gonna bring it back. Like, for instance, a lot of people has been saying since we went 4 seasons already and haven't seen D Wiz's brother, they were saying they think they just brought him up like they did. What's his name? What's dude name from Book 2 Ghost? Shit. The character that Mecca kept bringing up, but they never shown him. My homie. They were saying that they just use his name like my homie, but never actually show him. Now I kept telling y'all, no, Raising Canaan writers aren't sloppy like that. They're gonna definitely show us him. And then there we go. We start getting news that D Wiz's brother is gonna be coming into the picture for season 5. So that there is a very strong argument here because they didn't mention that for no reason. More than likely, they're gonna incorporate that, into the storyline some kind of way. But who knows? What they could end up doing is, since Rock is no longer in the picture, they offer the same thing to Marvin. But more than likely, Marvin isn't going to take that because Marvin, this is not his style. But yeah, you got that, Mr. Dub. I'll give you that. Rock is dead, and not all storylines will be wrapped up. Bree's situation is going to build up and go on well into origin. I agree with that. Leaving out would be considered sloppy writing. Bro, all I'm saying is they don't did way too much of faking the death thing. Now, if they do like they do it this way, let's say they do the faking the death, and then us as the viewers know that she's alive, But according to the storyline, like say Kanan, Kanan, Marvin, Juke, them, they never knew she was still alive. Now that would make sense. I can see them going that route. But like I said, that'll be in my top 5 reasons she could be alive theory. Lobos went into a John Doe file and people assumed that Lobos was dead. Right, but they showed us as the viewers that he was alive. So that's what I was saying. And for the NBA fans, they just announced that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the MVP for this season. I figured he should have been. I agree he should have gotten it. Just throwing it out there for the people who care. I'm interested what role the Italians play next season. Yeah, it's going to be a major war. The people saying Rock is alive are the people saying Unique is going to pop out and say, psych, I'm really Breeze. It's niggas who still try to make claims of that shit. It's crazy. I actually seen a crazy post. I think this person was just trolling. But I actually seen somebody that said Shamik Moore is a fake out. That nigga not Breeze. That is really Stephanie. And he gonna show up next season. It had to be a troll, bro. But like the shit's still funny. If it turns out Rock survived in season 5, episode 1, don't crash. I'm not gonna crash out. I don't care that much. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't. And I'm like I told y'all, I'm leaving it out. There's a possibility that she could be alive. But one thing's for certain is she's not gonna be a season regular. Now that I'm 10 toes down on. She will not be a season regular. I guarantee you that. It's a slight possibility she could survive and be alive. But one thing that if you want to see me crash out and be like, damn, I don't know how the hell they did this and stuff like that, that's if she becomes let's say she's in 6 or more episodes of season 5. Now, if that's the case, I would be utterly shocked. I'd be like, bro, what the hell? But I can guarantee you that's not gonna happen. But anyways, Breeze come in, Rock goes out. It's simple, people. Right. That's really what it is. But they let them talk. No way the same thing. Stop it, bro. Can't have 2 top dogs on season 5. Even if Rock not dead, she's gonna be very soon. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. She's not gonna be around that long, people. Don't switch up at the last minute like you did with Unique being Breeze. I got convincing evidence that he wasn't him. I was skeptical about it at first, but hey, then I was like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I can't deny that it ain't him. So hey, you don't pay attention to the question. You said they killed Crystal because they saw Pop's face. If Pop never came in and act like she's saving Crystal, then Crystal would just think some dirty cops kidnapped her. Nigga, no, it's how you worded this shit, nigga. But anyways, yeah, but that's irrelevant because Crystal gave up the info. They wanted, so they had to, so she had to die. No loose ends. Exactly. It's that simple, bro. It's no loose ends. She gave up the information. Just the mere fact that they kidnapped her, right? She gave up the information. She can describe the house she was at. She can describe how it happened, a bunch of stuff that can lead to people investigating, putting 2 and 2 together, and eventually finding out who it is. To eliminate any possibility of that, it'll make sense to just take out the person, which is why they did it. Anyways, hey, Coach Dreadhead, me and you agree on a lot of shit, bro. Exactly. Shea should have won last year. Yo, I don't give a damn what nobody say. Jokic should have not have won last year because the Thunder, Oklahoma City Thunder went from bottom of the league to top of the league last year. Shea was the best player on it. I think the Denver Nuggets was what? What seed were they last year? maybe the 2 seed or some shit. Whatever it was, it don't matter. Shea should have been the MVP last year. And he damn sure deserved it this year. I don't give a damn what stats Jokic's putting up. Folks kill me with stats. Stats is not everything that matters. Kanan killed his mom because he thought she killed Crystal because of what Snaps and Pop told him. Okay, we know that. What's your point? I wonder who will take Rock's place with Hafiz. That's true. That's something I was wondering too. He said he got all the rest in his pocket. But why did they tell Kanan that? Just think about it. Why did they tell Kanan what? And I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link for some of the people too. I think it's always better to a degree when niggas acting right. You know, to interact like some of the time, you know, and it helps me cover some of the questions too. Like some of the shit I may miss, some of the people that's on the panel, you know, especially my regulars, they can pick it up and just see it, and then they can let me know somebody asked that, or you address it yourself. That's cool. Cause you know, when I be having my talking points and shit, sometimes I might miss the shit. So opening the panel up for people who might want to come on. Denver was the 3rd seed, but was only 1 game behind OKC. Yeah, all of them were stacked. I remember that last year. They were stacked. I think all of them was like maybe a half a game from each other or something like that. But
it's good, Brody.
what's up with you?
Man, chilling, man.
But yeah,
Shit.
I just feel like Shea should have gotten that shit last year too. And then if they would have, the thing is, if they would have gave it to Shea last year, it'd have been a little bit more justifiable. Like with Jokic putting up the stat line that he put out this year, you know, if they would have gave it to Jokic this year, folks wouldn't have been mad about it because they'd be like, okay, Shea did get it last year.
Shit, Jokic don't need all them goddamn MVPs, man.
Yeah, because like, yeah, to me, stats is not everything, bro. Like, I don't know why the
He,
hell folks are obsessed with stats now.
my thing is he only getting judged by one stat too, bro. He only getting judged by his assist. If he
That's
wasn't getting them assists, he would be a regular big man,
and I
averaging
be
20 and
telling
10.
folks, bro, yeah. And I be telling folks, like, bro, if this nigga played in the 90s, I promise you, Jokic's numbers would be like 15, 8, and 6 or some shit like that, bro. He
He
would
would
not,
be He would be Artivaz Sabonis, bro. That's who the fuck
yeah,
he would be.
exactly who he'll fucking be. Now, I'm not just letting anybody support come on here. You know, I don't learn from that lesson. We're gonna verify them niggas before they jump on. On the ones who jump straight on is the regulars that I know. We already know about that. But but back to the topic at hand. Let's talk. I'm gonna touch a little bit more on this situation. So what I was gonna say about this right here, right, with how would Kanan respond when he finds out that his snaps and pop that was behind that shit. So I think it kind of depends on their relationship with that Kanan and Breeze has already built. Like if let's say he finds out maybe 3 months, 3 to 6 months later or some shit like that, and they don't, you know, became really close. Remember, what is the first thing that Breeze told Kanan? He said, if we agree on business, then we agree on everything. Remember, that's what he told him. So if Kanan comes to Breeze and be like, yo, yo uncle and auntie set up my best friend and my girlfriend and got them killed on some dirty shit. You know what I'm saying? So if he does that and and Breeze see that, as bad for business, he might take them niggas out himself. I mean, Ghost told us that he was a bad motherfucker. More than likely, who know? I understand that
I can
he.
say I was gonna say either that or that could be a way to introduce Tommy and Ghost. You know what I'm saying? Because they probably wouldn't expect the shit to come from them. You know what I'm saying? Being that they kids and shit.
Damn. So you think it's possible Ghost and Tommy might take him out?
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they had a crazy introduction some kind of way. So, you know, and then like with Kanan's friends already getting taken off the board, I'm assuming he probably never gonna find out about OC, but he's probably gonna blame Snaps and Pop for OC too. Essentially, you know what I'm saying? Especially if he
As he should. Fuck
yeah,
it.
you know what I'm saying? So in his mind, he probably like, man, I want to keep my friends away from them so they'll never know, you know, and then it could just end up being Tommy and Ghost killing them, which would be crazy. That would be crazy as fuck.
Yeah. And Coach Dredd, you said that they're not gonna let SGA win MVP and the championship. So if that's the case, who you think gonna win the championship?
Man.
Jukebox setting up unique or snaps and pops for a life sentence, then being a cop might be why Kanan unalive. Why would he kill her because she set up snaps and pops for a life sentence? But I'm gonna tell y'all how this gonna play out. I don't care. I'll put 10 toes down on this. Snaps and Pop is gonna go out by getting their ass sprayed up. That's how that shit gonna happen. Because it's one scene from the original Power I've been always saying, and now that we got the confirmation that we are still in 1992, it further proves my theory that I've had that it's going to be a very brutal shootout that's going to take place in season 5 because I just still can't get past season 2, episode 9 of the original Power when Kanan was talking to Dre and he was talking about we're gonna catch Ghost coming out of that club and spray it like it's 1992. So basically, he's talking about something, something big that must have taken place in '92 where it was a brutal shootout. He had to be the way he described it, and the fact that they're currently in the year of 1992, I'm pretty sure that scene is going to take place in season 5. What do you stand on instead of switching up on? Do you stand on Rock being dead? Nigga, what are we talking about right now? you are you asking me? Are you asking me what am I firm on? Like what I'm telling you, what I'm standing on is that Rock won't be heavily in season 5. That's what I'm firm on. Like I believe she's dead, but I'm still leaving it open that she could possibly still be alive because I can't get past the part that they introduced her, giving her the get out of jail free card. The fact that they gave that to her in episode 1, I gotta leave it open to a possibility that she could still be alive and she might use that to just leave town. I can't get past that. But like I said, one thing is for sure, she would not be a regular for season 5. That I am standing on. Because they got to get rid of her some kind of way. What's up, Dale? What's up?
Yes.
Wait.
Yeah, I think it was like what I was saying on your video. Like, I mean, that last shot, because they got a little thing of faking people out and stuff. So it could be a situation where they fake us out again, make us think that he shot her. He really didn't shoot her. He shot somebody behind her. But he get into a shootout. He gets out of there. Because you see how them niggas was loading up when they was at Unique Spot. Like, them niggas had artillery, niggas. So I think he get to a shootout. He get up out of there. And they end up killing her. like the people who Unique sent over there and the kill. Hell, maybe Unique himself, because you see, when he had that gun, he was holding that gun like, I'm finna go use this motherfucker. Like, so
that's true. So I'm gonna ask y'all this though, because this kind of go with what you're saying, Mr. Dub. I do think it do make sense. You know what I'm saying? Um, that Breeze, aka Shamik Moore, be the one to um take out Unique, because I'm pretty sure they knew that everyone was thinking that Unique is Breeze. So we said this earlier in the season that if Unique turns out to not be Breeze, then more than likely the person who is him is going to be the one to take Unique out. And I think that's still a high possibility. So if that's the case, then Unique is not the one who showed up at their house. At Rock's house, if somebody did show up.
yeah. And I do feel like Breeze will get Unique up out of here, but I feel like that's gonna be a tough task of his own, especially if he's backed up by them New Jersey dudes. It's gonna be hard to get him by himself. Because I don't think Breeze is the type of dude that's gonna go in there guns a-blazing. He might be like a Breeze, like he might get in and get out. You know what I'm saying? Smoke him and then get out the way. You feel me? You don't want nobody to know it traced back to him.
Judging by how they introduced Breeze's character, it seems like he kind of is a lot like Ghost. Maybe that's the reason why he took a liking to him a lot.
Yeah.
It kind of seemed like because you remember, Snaps described him as one of the, basically that he was very intelligent.
Yep.
And that would make sense because of, the Jeopardy aspect of him being real smart, watching shit like Jeopardy and shit. So that would make sense as well.
Yeah.
But I think the part where he's not smart is he was so, systematic that like he just did his same routines over and over to the point that he became predictable. And that's what the part that wasn't smart. And that was how Ghost was able to, get his ass up out of here.
Yeah.
If Kanan doesn't do shit to Snaps and Pop, then he find out they manipulated him. I'll be pissed because he shot his mom over a lie, but don't do nothing to the actual killers responsible, I guess, for fame and his girl. I agree, but that'd be kind of crazy.
To fake out, bro. I don't think he shot her.
You
could think he get into a shootout. Yeah. Could be a big shootout though, but
I still feel like Rock tipped off Snaps and Pop to Crystal's whereabouts. Damn. That's the first time I ever heard somebody say that shit.
Why would Rock tip off Snaps and Pop about Crystal's whereabouts when they already had the police looking in there where Kanan's friends and people and shit like that?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with my boy on that. That kind of don't make sense to me.
That's what, man. I get it, man. But
it would be hella crazy if that shit show up and he right. I would be shocked.
Yeah.
But nah, seriously, I get that a 1% chance of being true, my boy. All right, we got a super chat. Let me go ahead and address that. He says they gotta introduce D-Wiz's brother because it makes sense for Lulu to die. Okay, so since I think this is perfect timing for me to go ahead and put this in. I'm gonna address your question too, Cedric. Let me go ahead and transition over to my next topic because that's another one that I'm predicting for this new season. So the death of Lou. Absolutely, I almost guarantee you this is going to happen because if you pay attention, you know how they do the previews for the the previews for the episodes when they say, previously on Raising Kanan.
Yeah.
So one of the scenes that they showed was Lulu saying, Lulu showing killing D Wiz. They didn't just do that for no reason. And then also in the episode, they had him talk about I killed D Wiz, Kanan, me. It's a reason they doing it. They're showing you what his fate is going to be.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden we get news that D Wiz's brother is coming to season 5. That's your confirmation there. Without obviously, us 100% certain on it, but I can say I'm about at 90%. You know what I'm saying? That he's gonna be up out of here. I don't know if y'all can see this. Can y'all see it? Like to read it?
Daniel Ezra. Hey, so it's safe to say that the Thomas is finna be a pack next season.
Yeah, I think
they all go.
I think it's about to be the total eradication of the Thomas family, bro.
Yeah, they finna get them up out of here.
They up out of here. They about to wipe their ass out.
Yeah.
But he's gonna be the one who take out Lulu because he's gonna. Cause they said he's gonna be hunting. Now this could be just some made up BS, but I think it makes a whole lot of sense. That's always how I seen it. It just makes sense. That D Wiz's brother would be the one right for the picking to take out Lou. But here's the question though: how will D Wiz's brother, and then let's say his name do turn out to be Darrell, right? Because we've been calling this nigga D Wiz's brother for 4 seasons now. Let's just say it do turn out to be Darrell. How will Darrell find out that it was Lou who took him out? That's the question.
Yeah.
Anybody can take a shot at it on what y'all ideas of what y'all think it is.
How will he find out that?
Yeah, because keep in mind, nobody saw Lulu do this. The only people who really know about it is Kanan.
It's Kanan. Yeah.
And if Rock is dead, she's out of the way. So there'll be Lou, Kanan, Lou, and Juke. And what, Marvin? That's it. Nobody else knows.
Yeah.
So we would have to wait. Will Kanan get mad at his uncle or some shit and just tell him? Or maybe, D Wiz's brother pull up on him and be like, bruh, you heard about what happened with mine. And this is the same actor I said would have been a better casting to play Kanan. Same actor. That's who I said I think he would have been better. He's taller, he's bigger. And he's a better actor. I think he would have did a much better job. Not saying that Makai is bad, but I'm just saying that's who. When I first figured out about them doing it, I said, "Bro, I think Daniel would be a good catch for him." But he was already involved with All American, so I guess that made sense. And it's just crazy. As soon as he gets done with All American, he switched over to Raising Kanan. And I still do believe that Zion is his son. I believe so. I think it's going to be his son. Zion from Book 2 Ghost.
Yeah.
Rail's son. I called that when they first introduced his last name. I think it was episode 4 of Book 2 Ghost. I know for sure I was the first one that called it. Then, of course, Fair Play stole my shit and tried to act like he said it. and then he started saying the same shit. And then that's when a couple of the other ones started catching on and saying it. But yeah, I believe that's his son. All right, we got another super chat. He said,
"Oh, the Jamaican man is back. Jamaican homie back."
Shit, we gotta have.
He said, "I told you, crackface wasn't Breeze."
The one Tony Teresi and Savvy will smoke Marvin. That'll be cool. You know, I can see that, DeMarcus. I can absolutely see that.
DeMarcus been pushing that theory for years now.
Yeah,
He been trying to get that theory off to everybody.
I can see that though. But my only thing is, this is my only pushback. Let's say a dude got turned out to be Tony Teresi. Did Kanan not know Tony Teresi was the one behind it? Because if that's the case, Kanan probably would have wanted to smoke Tony Teresi for killing his uncle, right? But he didn't look like he had anything against him. But hey, you could turn. I'm not gonna say you just 100% right. Where did Jamaican homie at?
Lifestyle Topics TV. But hey, so then the timeline will have to okay, so if that's the case, then that means that they're gonna stay in like 92 because Teresi and the OG series had been locked up for like already like 25 years.
Yeah.
He was facing a life sentence. So that means he had to get locked up like immediately right after that, if that's the case.
Yeah, immediately after that. Because I believe what's gonna happen is I do think Stefano is gonna pull through. I don't think he's gonna die. And they're all gonna get locked up. Because keep in mind, they said a lot of them people snitched. So they're gonna snitch and get locked up. And Teresi's gonna be one of the ones that don't snitch. He get locked up. I think this take place in 93. So keep in mind they're currently in 92.
Yeah.
And that's what's gonna, and then Teresi gets locked up. Hey, Jamaican home, go ahead and come up to the panel, bro.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Let you cook a little bit. Because you did say it would help.
Yeah, you definitely did say that, Jamaican homie.
He was firm on that shit.
He wasn't going, bro. He was betting money and everything. I was like, okay.
Oh, well, there you go. We let him up.
Yo, Wagwan.
Wagwan, brother.
What's up, man?
Bomba clap, man. I'm telling you, the crack face wasn't breeze, man. I told you. I knew it, bro. I knew it. I knew all these writers in this poor spin-off, bro, try to show us off, but it's all about entertainment, bro. I told you guys, bro.
You did, but hey, you also gotta say, keep in mind, you did say that it was
Here
to
play that shit back, and I told you either here you not to come. I told you, niggas, man. I told you.
Told you niggas, man. That's the homie, bro.
That's right.
Jamaican homie, cool as fuck.
Yeah, bro. But you know, it's interested in this last episode, bro. Same shit that Kanan did to, right? And Lake Tarek hated Ghost, and shit he see snaps and so Kanan till he pull that.
Right, you breaking up.
Shit, bro.
Of 10 times Rock is dead, bro.
You think Rock is dead? Okay, I was gonna ask you that next. Okay, you think he's dead.
But could be to pull the trigger. We seen a snippet, right, when Kanan and Rock was having a conversation. We haven't seen episodes. I'm getting some new, right? So I'm not going to say she's dead, but I think maybe she survived and they realized that it was Snaps was famous his girl, right? I think this and Kanan first made it better.
I ain't gonna lie, my yo.
This is where I think
they said you got McDonald's Wi-Fi right now.
That shit breaking up. Homie.
Oh, your shit breaking up, buddy. You hearing me now?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Better now.
Yeah, I think in episode 5, which they said is going to be the last episode, I think this is going to be the real spin-off, like where we see they actually did their first kill. If Rock is not dead, Because if Rock is not dead, that definitely he told Rock that Snaps and Pops told him that, then they're gonna know they were the trigger men behind that shit, right? So it could be Jukebox and Kanan first major kill by taking out Pops. Because if you watch the Real Power OG, Kane Ghost told Kanan, right, that it's either I took you out or send you to prison. And I love you as a brother. We love Breeze. So I think Breeze, when Breeze found out that that Popson took out his best friend and his girl, Breeze was okay with them taking out Snaps and Pops. And I think that's where them and Breeze build that bond. If you see where the writers were going, because it has to be somewhere down the line, Breeze and Kanan have that bond, right? Because Ghost and Tommy came up under Breeze and Ghost, right? Remember, Breeze gave James the name and said, bro, but Tommy told that white chick, Tommy told him that Breeze gave him the name because the kid has the ability to disappear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember that. You know what I mean? And remember when Ghost was traumaing out and seeing Kanan, he was saying, yo man, you raised me. If you didn't raise me, I would be in business school.
Mm-hmm.
So if you watch the two timelines of the Power OG of what we see, my biggest theory, you know, what I'm trying to figure out, why did Kanan took out Jukebox if they were so close? Is it because Jukebox wasn't with him running her mouth when he took out Rock? Because we seen a snippet where Jukebox was on the floor crying with somebody that looks like Rock House, right?
Yeah, that's what getting out how Led was talking about. We discussed that a little earlier today. But yeah.
Yeah, that's my biggest thing right now, bro. Like, why did Kanan took out Jew for Tariq unless Tariq is his child? You know what I mean? Because we see that Kanan and Tasha got that little thing in that at Tommy
Hey, I
doorway,
made a
right?
video about that, bro. I know a lot of people. I got a lot of pushback about it because everybody was saying how in season 5 when Blanca was saying she took Joe's DNA and it was a 50% match. But what I was telling people, I'm not saying 100% that you know Tariq is Kanan's child, but keep in mind Blanca could have been lying because she didn't show proof that he was a 50%. She could have just been saying that to try to spook us into giving up some information that we could use. Folks got to consider that.
Yeah, man. Something is something in this because we saw in that when she went to meet Tommy and Kanan was there. Kanan was like, you gave the kid to a monster. You know what I mean? So that ring a bell to me when Kanan said that, said you gave the kid to a monster. This kid was already in the life because the father you chose. So I'm like, wow. You know what I mean? And we see when Kanan pull up in the elevator and he's like, oh, I hear you going through some art stuff. If you need me, you can call. Because we know Tasha is dirt, right? We know Tasha is like OG from the street.
Mm-hmm.
So my biggest questions right now is why did Kanan kill Jukebox? Watching these four seasons, they came up together, they were close together. Why did he do that? That's what I'm trying to see where this writer is going right now. You know what I mean?
Teresi got locked up around 93, 94 for sure. Because you can just count the years. They say he's been in for 25 years. And that was in what 2017 when they said that, because season 4 came out in 2017. So if you go back 25 years,
Yeah. I
yeah,
think Rock is dead, man. I think Rock is dead because it's the same shit he did to Kane. He did to Tariq. He make Tariq pull that gun and ghost, right? So I think she's gone, man, and that's why he used that and Tariq to take out Ghost. You know what I mean? Because if you watch this storyline, Kanan was a dumb nigga growing up, bro. Honestly, he was dumb. He was a stupid ass nigga, bro. Honestly, you watch this, he making no right decisions, bro. He's dumb. He's dumb as hell, bro. We see where he and his dog, he didn't even, in the first kill that he did, he didn't even know that Rod made a deal. Then she had made a deal to save his life. Then he's blaming his mama. Then he's blaming everybody. You know what I mean? So he's dumb as hell growing up, bro.
yeah, man. But just like Tariq, think about it. Tariq kind of was doing the same thing. That's why Courtney Kemp. I keep bringing up these references. Courtney has said that Tariq, you know, is nothing but a young Kanan because Tariq made a bunch of mistakes thinking he knew what he was doing, coming up, and then later on he figured out he was wrong about a lot of things. Yeah, Ty Swiss, we all discussed SGA winning the MVP. I already knew he'll win that shit. I was like, bro, if they get that shit to Jokic, that's robbery. And it's crazy how they waited till that series was over to introduce it. Because normally they'll, announce it like the second round.
I was thinking that was weird too, bro. I'm like, why y'all waiting so late to get a award off, bro? Like, if y'all know he got it, then just give it to him. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's almost as if they were trying to wait on the outcome of who won between their series before they pick it.
But that's weird within itself, because it's like, the fuck, bro? Jokic ain't did nothing great this season. He had he had a 60-point triple-double. That's about it, but nobody give a damn about that shit no more, man.
Yeah, what's up, Ronald? You ain't spoke yet.
Yeah, what's going on? I happened to catch you. I said, well, let me hop on. I got a little time, not much. I'm like Lou. I go to AA meetings.
Oh shit.
But yeah, we were just discussing, some stuff.
I got sobriety though. Lou ain't got sobriety. I got 32 years of sobriety. So I don't know what to say about the Rock thing. I can go either way with it. I think of the opening episode, she's probably still breathing. I would like to see a good death scene, and Kanan find out the truth either too late or.
That's how I always wanted it too, man. I was like, that would have been the best way to do it. He figures out he's wrong and she's dying in his arms, and then he seeks revenge after figuring out.
Yeah. I think but I think they got some twists and turns for us though.
But hey, it could
that shot, that gunshot. My mind said, even as I watched it, I didn't think that shot was him. And I've only watched it once. I told you that in another comment. That I've only watched it once, but it's just the way the body language on both of them and how they moved and stuff. It just says to me it's something else going on.
I feel like they was talking too much. Like, bro, if you was that mad, bro, go in there and handle business, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? He tried to give her a chance. I'm like, if you're gonna give her a chance to explain herself, then allow her to explain herself without the idea of you wanting to kill her in that moment. You just want to kill her in that moment. Just kill her then and get it over with. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I don't know. It's just how I look at it.
I'm the same way with that. I mean, it's do you I'm not a shooter. So if you right across to somebody, do you need to take all that effort to aim the way he did?
No.
You don't. I must say that didn't make sense too. That was very weird.
I mean, it was like he was doing target practice or something.
The way he was holding the gun wasn't convincing either.
Right.
He was kind of holding it like he was holding it like hold on, like stop, freeze. Like I'm like, bro, this dude you came to do, bro. You know.
DeMarcus, you saying people don't like change? What are you talking about, man? And you saying we don't like change? I think you're talking about probably referring to the parallels of Tariq taking out Ghost and Kanan taking out Rock. But it ain't that we don't like change, nigga. The show don't like change because that's what the fuck they been doing.
Exactly. Yeah, the show definitely got to do something different, man.
Like I've been showing y'all throughout my channel how this shit has happened in this series, and this shit turned out to be the same thing the next. So excuse me for pointing out what the hell they've been doing. I agree with you on what you're saying, support. Reason why he was so hesitant, we gotta think about it. Even a stone cold killer, like you gotta think about it. That is still your mama. I understand you upset with her and stuff like that, and shit like that. Like killing Ronnie, that was nothing because Ronnie was just an ugly ass nigga that was, you know, that was in the way of what he was trying to get done and took shots at his mom without telling them and all that. So killing him was nothing. But that's your mama.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
then
don't
You
think
gotta have a conversation with her then, bro. You ain't gotta
like Kane,
like that
we
don't
know
even make
Kane is a
sense.
stone cold killer. Like Kane is a killer. But when it came to him killing Lorenzo, he was very hesitant.
He didn't want to kill his mama. When he found out that Drew and Diana had something to do with almost killing his mama, he was mad.
Right. He was hesitant on killing Drew because it was his loved one.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why Kanan was, like, I gotta do this, but I don't want to. And Tariq was the same way with Ghost. Wait, he just reminded me of something. Is it possible Breeze, who teaches Kanan about the chop shop? More than likely, I would say so. Yeah. You think we're gonna get a big time jump in force? I never really thought about that, but
on your topic, the death of Lou, I was just thinking, if this is Daryl Washington coming to the show, which I would be glad to see that.
right.
That's long overdue.
Mm-hmm.
So how could Lou find out? From Unique, maybe?
That's what we talked about that shortly before you
Did
came.
you? Okay, the whole Panessa thing, that's huge. Because if Rock dies and he still got Panessa and Jerome,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Do with him.
then we got to see Unique find out that
Oh,
they've
yeah.
been taking.
I think I nailed it. I think I just nailed it. I'm gonna make a personal video about this too, but I'm gonna give it to you. So, Rock, this is how Darrell can figure out about what happened with his brother without Rock being alive. So, keep this in mind. Lou has kidnapped Pernessa, right? He kidnapped Pernessa and Jerome.
Mm-hmm.
Currently has possession of them. So what could take place? Keep in mind, Unique knows without knowing, even though it wasn't verbally told to him, he knew kind of that it was Lulu responsible for the death of for the death of D Wiz. Because keep in mind, him and Rock met up to talk about it. And he was the one who told her the streets need a body. Remember that. So it's possible that when D Wiz brother shows up, he goes to Neat because he's gonna think more than likely it's because the word on the street was it was a retaliation for Buck 20, who was Buck 20 under Unique. So he's gonna approach Unique, and he's gonna be like, "Yo, what happened with my brother?" And he's like, "Look, little homie, me and my people had nothing to do with that. That was Rock and her crew." And more than likely, Rock is the type that don't do, that don't do things on her own. So more than likely, she probably had her brother Lou do it. And he's not gonna give a damn about saying it because he's mad about him kidnapping Vanessa and Jerome. So he tells Darrell that Lou is the one that took out his brother. He shows up and pops Lou. What y'all think of that?
I thought that's what I just said. That he find out from Lou.
Hold on, who finds out from Lou?
Daryl.
No,
That's
no,
what
no.
I said. That
No,
he could find out from Unique.
Oh, you said from Unique.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear that. My bad.
Mm-hmm.
It draws some connections though, definitely. I can see that playing out. For real.
Hold on. What is he referring to? Another weird thing was Kanan aimed the gun at Rock was the same way she taught him to shoot. Maybe I'm tripping, but I think that's not a coincidence. Hey, I said that too, Sam. I did notice that. You know, when she was teaching them how to shoot, he held the gun the exact same way of how she taught him. And that's the exact same way, he held the gun when he first shot Howard.
But he didn't do all that to shoot Ronnie, and he was just as close.
True. So it could be showing us, who knows? It could be showing us that he just like when he shot Howard, he's gonna shoot her, but she survived. Could be that. But that's what happened with,
Ass in a wheelchair.
Either way, like I said, what I'm gonna stand on is that she's not gonna be a season regular for season 5.
I agree with that. I totally agree.
Yeah, she turned into Tasha in book 2.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
If she's not dead, for sure, she's not gonna be a season regular. That's what I'm firing on. So DeMarcus, so you can hear me too. So you don't be changing up what I said. Y'all hear me? I'm telling you. Even though I do think she's probably dead, but I will leave open that it's possible she's alive. But what I'm firm on is that she will not be a season regular for season 5. That there. Now, if that turns out to not be true, you'll see me publicly be like, "Hey, I was wrong." That yeah, I'm pretty sure I won't be.
Ah, fuck that. Stand on it, man. You ain't gotta tell these niggas nothing.
I
You can still be right and be wrong in the same time.
I just want to see a big send off. I wouldn't mind seeing a few scenes like when Monet was dying and you got some backstory, and then she flatlined with Kanan running down the hall trying to get to her, something like that. It's a lot of Rock story that we didn't get. That's why I was disappointed about the whole Joyce Thomas storyline. Is that I was looking for some old family history to come out, and we really didn't get too much.
Yeah, I was hoping we got.
She was going through something as a teenager.
Other than she liked dogs, that's like the only thing we found out about her, really.
And she had another abortion. She had a first abortion. That was probably before Kanan.
Yeah,
I'd like to know the timeline of that. That was brought up for a reason. Why, you had this season, we had basically 3 abortions with Crystal. I don't see what was the point in that yet. Why she had to be pregnant and have an abortion, and then Rock abortion at the same time. Her and Crystal was pregnant at the same time, and then Rock had already had an abortion, and they just kind of dropped all of that.
Would you think that Crystal's abortion would make sense if they planned on killing her off, though? Because, killing a pregnant chick on camera is crazy. And then they did kidnapped her and probably then drugged her up, did all this other stuff. Like she was bound to lose the baby anyway. So it's like you might as well get that storyline up out of here,
I initially, like everybody, thought Crystal was no good and manipulative and all that kind of stuff. And when she first told Kanan she missed her period, I was really thinking, okay, she lying.
I did too.
I've had that happen to me personally, just lying about it, trying to see what you're gonna do and all that kind of shit. That's what I first thought about her when she said she was pregnant.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this too. If Rock turns out to be a lie, I'm gonna tell y'all motherfuckers right now. Ghost for sure is a lie. I don't know what y'all niggas say. There's no way you're gonna tell me they're gonna have.
You think they're gonna just recast them, bro? Because if they can't get on good terms, I don't see Omari coming back and being that character.
I'm telling you, man. They gonna do it.
I think they're gonna recast everything. If they don't, then it will be a great way. Like they didn't set this all up. Like they've done a great build up to that. You know what I'm saying? With all the promotion, we don't like each other, we like each other. I'm beefing with 50. I'm beefing with Courtney Kemp. I'm like, okay, y'all did some good marketing promo behind that. Like I like that. You know what I'm saying? But if the nigga ain't coming back, they might as well just get somebody else to do it. Just make Ghost the whole character.
But talk about this. Y'all remember I said this earlier. I remember I said this way back. I told y'all this year is gonna be a crazy year for power. Like they're gonna set the internet on fire. I said they're gonna introduce Breeze to us first on Raising Kanan, and then they're gonna drop Ghost on us for in Force. I'm still believing that's gonna happen. So far, I'm 1 for 1. Season 4 did give us Breeze. Now I'm waiting on Force to see will they give us Ghost.
Yeah. Support. We don't know where. I mean, we were to assume that Kanan shot Howard in the heart, and he shot like a few inches above his heart.
That nigga shot his ass twice too.
Yeah. So we don't know where Tariq hit Ghost at, to be honest. He could have hit him like right next to his heart, and it just looked like he hit his heart.
Did you say Tariq shot Ghost twice?
He did. No.
Nah, I'm talking about Howard.
Kanan shot Howard twice.
Yeah, Kanan shot Howard twice. Yeah.
But to answer your question, Ty, my bad. I highlighted this, so I put it up there so I can remember. Yeah, I do mess with Mark Dot. I think it's every content creator mess with Mark Dot. Even if you're not a super big fan of his content, he's just like the OG that you get your information from. So yeah, I definitely do. Mark Dot was the first content creator I ever watched.
Mark Dog called your friend a fake ass Gerald Levert.
about Robert
Yeah. I said I want to stay hearing that.
I did not see that.
Gerald Levert. Yeah, he'll come up with some names for folks.
Hey, where he said it on his recap?
It was one of them, probably so.
I gotta go back and watch that.
Jay, I'm still hot at Robert though. When he came up here, when y'all did the initial interview, right? He was up here like at the end talking about it's gonna be sad. It's gonna be real sad. Right. And then we watched the episode. And I'm sitting there thinking like, nigga, wasn't nobody sad about that shit. If anything, you was probably sad about your character dying. That's what I was thinking. I was like, bro, it wasn't no sad shit that happened at the end. I'm like, come on, bro. But nah, he got us with that shit though. He really did drag the scene.
Hey, you know what's great? He's supposed to have been up here tonight. Well, right now with us. But the only reason why he didn't, because he ended up getting cast for. He had some rush call that he had to hurry up and go to. But he said he was going to try to tune in, like on his free time. Yeah, he was going to be up here. That's crazy as hell. I'm gonna go back and find it and send it to his ass.
This guy said the same. He was sad because he was getting popped. Yeah, that's why he was sad. That man silly, bro. He's silly.
He did have us going. I sure thought it was gonna be a sad ass episode.
Yeah.
And I was like, dang, bro, it must be something really crazy happening. Then that mom came out with 50 cents about something. Fuck you gonna say? What?
All right, man, they tripping, man.
So Ghost Fate falling off a rail and Fate dying in Tommy's arm. Yeah, nigga. Fuck you gonna say? What?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's exactly how you respond. That's funny to the motherfucker, bro.
Oh boy. moving along. So we got Lou going. So I think all of us on the panel and people in the chat too, if y'all want to tune in. What's up, Uno? If y'all want to tune in. And Ghostin, what's up, bro? I didn't know you when you came in yet either. So can we all agree more than likely Lulu is probably gonna get smoked by D-Wiz, brother?
Get out of here.
Yeah, that's what I think. What about you, Ronald?
That's a good theory. It really is. Since if they bring him back, is that confirmed?
It's not confirmed. They said it came from Deadline, an article from Deadline. Deadline is pretty credible, but I'm not sure. I haven't seen it and been able to read it for myself. But I'm saying if that indeed is the truth, and I think Daniel Ezra is perfect casting for that particular role. But if it is true, then I would say that's what I believe will be Lulu's outcome. And I'm gonna predict that's gonna probably happen in like a episode 5 or 8 that shit will happen.
Yeah, and because you're gonna have to have the Vanessa situation resolved before taken out. Definitely.
I think Unique, if like you said, D-Wiz finds Unique, and then Unique might put D-Wiz onto that, like hey man, they got my kid, he got my kid and my girl, man, and that could be what, you know what I'm saying, what strikes him to go find Lou, which will make sense because he at that point he gonna wanna holler at Lou anyway, so I think he just going around looking everywhere for him type shit.
Okay, so now let's go ahead and address another rumor. It is another rumor that is out there. I don't know how true this is, but the rumor is that Tommy, Joseph Sikora, aka Tommy, will be narrating one of the episodes for Raising Kanan. And more than likely, if that is true, that probably will be the introduction of Tommy.
Narrating one of the episodes of Raising Cain. I thought I heard he was going to narrate Origins.
I heard that too, but I also heard that he's going to be narrating that episode of Raising Cain. Like I said, I don't know if it's true or not, but I did hear that.
I'm not a Joseph Sikora fan, but that'd be fine.
Well, why you're not a fan of Joseph?
Well, maybe it's more. I don't like Tommy. Maybe that's it.
I figured that. So, what is it that you don't like about Tommy?
What's to like about him? He was just a hothead, and I wish Tommy had been written more slicker. You know what I'm saying? More instead of so thuggish, just slicker, more along the lines of James. The two of them as grown-ups to me just weren't. I just never liked Tommy. He was just crazy.
I think both
comic relief, maybe, and I think that's part of the reason that Force it hasn't really worked. But
well, in my opinion, I think with the Tommy not Force not working the way it could have. It was just, I think it's more so the writing, and then I'm not necessarily saying that the writing was just terrible, but I think Tommy's character is better fit for a supporting character. You know what I'm saying? Opposed to being a lead.
That's why I was gonna say, I think the personalities with him and Ghost on screen, it works because it does show you that there's different types of people that, you know what I'm saying, that do this, and then just the bond that they have, man, I feel like, in the OG series it worked, and in the spinoff by itself, it's a little cartoon characterish. You know what I'm saying? It's a little kind of what's going on here? You know what I'm saying? But I I enjoy it either way. It's just I can see how some people could be like, man, I don't believe this nigga by himself. I believe you with Ghost though, but by yourself though, it's kind of like, huh?
So you think episode 8? Hold on. You said we would be mad if hell yeah, we'd be mad if this shit 8 episodes. Absolutely. Don't piss me the fuck out. I ain't seen me crash out yet, but you would see it if that damn season.
If that was the case, they should have just dropped season 5 right after. You know what I'm saying? Like if they gonna only do 8 episodes, like that don't make no damn sense.
But I'm about positive that they not.
Nah. That's the reason why they did. That's the reason why they probably did film everything right after one after another. Get this shit done and over with. I'm gonna be mad if the episodes keep getting shorter though, because you know we had one episode that's like 48 minutes.
You say, why would
no
I
more of that?
Why wouldn't I be mad? Is the better question. Why the hell would the last season they shortchange us like that? But I'm gonna say this. Another question I'm curious of. So, what do y'all think is Marvin's outcome? But I think Lou's outcome is pretty obvious. I think we can see the writing on the wall for him. But Marvin is kind of a mystery. I know DeMarcus is constantly saying that, you know, Tony Teresi might be the one who come and take him out. But what about everybody else's opinion? It seems like this nigga Marvin, no matter what, he gonna survive. Because him and Tommy's character is very similar.
Now here's a stretch. Y'all remember the scene in Club Cafe Vu when Lou beat up the white guy?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he was sitting at the table with a red-haired white woman who in the credits was called Kate.
Right.
You know, and I thought at first was somebody that person might come back on Lou, but it didn't happen. So we just kind of forgot about that. He beat the hell out of him.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember Getting How I Live, I believe, said that might have been Tony Teresi. So, you know, he could come. Are you implying that he may possibly come and take out Lou instead of, you know, D Wid's brother? I
think anything is possible, but I mean, it's you know, I like the D Wid's brother angle much better. That's more in line with possibilities. That's why I said it's a stretch. But there was an altercation with a white guy that was with a red-headed woman named Kate.
Yeah, I agree. That more than likely that is Tommy's mom. I'll say that.
And wasn't Tommaso with a redheaded woman too, in the red car?
Yep, he was.
And see all that little stuff. They be putting that.
They doing that shit to play with us, bro. That's what. I don't think that was Teresi either, Hezekiah, but hey.
Nah. That dude had long hair. Teresi, and that photo that he had with Tommy, he had short hair. Like he had the same like little bowl cut that he was walking around with, you know what I'm saying, OG. So
and Teresi seemed like the type that'll come back for revenge or something like that happened.
Yeah, he was a made man, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man, they would have smoked Lou, bro. Came back and got Lou that same night.
Right. They would have definitely came out there. Now, DeMarcus, you said Force could be better than Book 2. Well, I would say we got to wait on the outcome of this season 3. If they have a phenomenal season 3, especially if Ghost was to come back in season 3, then I'll give it to you that, yeah, it could be. But if they just have another mediocre season, then absolutely not.
It just depends on what happens.
It's like all these series be missing opportunities when that frustrates me. But you know, it like the whole Dahlia thing was stupid to me. You know, a whole new drug. That was real ignorant.
just for them to go back and start slanging cocaine again. It was like, what was the point of that? There was no point in that.
What if every Power final season has a mediocre finale? I mean, I'm gonna say this. That is very much possible because historically, not just with Power, with a lot of shows in general, it's very difficult to end the series. Like the fans tend to complain about whatever outcome you come up with. Like Game of Thrones got, hella backlash about series finale.
Yeah.
A lot of people
I don't think people hated on Snowfall that much, but
just
that was very mediocre way to end it, though. Like, and I mean, I'm not saying that in the sense of like, I'm not saying it in the sense of like it was just too bad. It's just I think people expected a different outcome for that. You know what I'm saying? For the way that it ended. It ended on a very high, like realistic note. People don't like reality, bro. People be trying to like they wanted Franklin Saint to go out guns blazing too. They wanted get in a gunfight, do this, do that. So.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say to me, I was okay with Snowfall's finale because especially since I knew like during the time of the shooting, like I said, I was there for the last episode. They told us then and there, but we already knew that it was going to be a spinoff. I was like, okay, so that's why they're doing it like that.
Yeah.
And so that way they can have the option of bringing Franklin back. Louis, he can come back, and of course Leon and shit, what's her name? Y'all know what I'm talking about, Wanda.
Yeah, Wanda. Yeah.
What do you think will be the outcome of the Stefano and Russo war? So I think with that situation, potentially a pick size thing might happen because initially Stefano told Marvin that he was cutting him off, right? But I think after he see that Russo tried to double cross him, because keep in mind they were working together at first, but now that he see that Russo tried to double cross him, he might double back and be like, "Look, we can work together. I'll help you be, because Marvin probably would be the one next in line with what's his name, Hafiz. Because keep in mind that he did know him; they didn't meet, so Marvin would be next in line. He probably would be in control of that, like Stefano initially wanted anyway. So keep in mind he tried to pitch to him to get rid of Rock, and you become the head guy. So that could happen. And then he gets Marvin, Lou, and all of them on one side to be on his side. And then Russo's side end up being Unique and them. And then that could what possibly later on what sparks the trend beef that everybody's been talking about.
Yeah.
That could be what started. But that'll be a little later down the line. But yeah, that's what I think probably what's going to happen with that.
Okay, so you assume Stefano is going to live.
I believe he will, yes.
Okay.
I think he's going to get arrested with that RICO case. Yeah, Mr. Dove just said.
Now, a RICO case, correct me if I'm wrong, that's a RICO case involves more than one person.
Yeah. Most of the time,
like,
yeah.
Like an organization.
Diddy was a single RICO case.
Yeah, but that they ain't got enough. They ain't got enough evidence to say he did all that shit. I know that's on a slippery slope. I think they just trying to throw everything and hope one of them sticks. If anything, Diddy is a domestic abuser.
Yeah.
He definitely domestic violence. He definitely put hands on old girl like that.
Right.
But the racketeering and the fucking sex trafficking and all that stuff. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
Y'all going down.
they have no time proving that.
Yeah.
But as far as the RICO, keep in mind the rest of the families are also involved. It's not just Stefano. Because keep in mind in the original Power, when Proctor was talking about it, he's saying that the rest of them snitched, and then they hijacked and got a ticket to Arizona.
Yep. I remember that.
In season 6, I think what's his name, or was it 5? One of them seasons, Vincent spoke up.
Vincent. Yep. Yeah, I remember that. He said most of the dudes that he got locked up with was either dead or he just said dead. Yeah, I think he said most of them were dead. Yeah.
Exactly. So they all snitched and tried to. They probably hunted them down and killed them, maybe, but they ended up snitching. So that means it was other people involved. Stefano probably got locked up and died up in prison because keep in mind he was already old as hell anyway.
Yeah.
So 25 years later, or whatever the time is later, he's already dead.
Well, it'd be crazy to find out that Teresi smoked them though. Teresi got biscuit to smoke. Stefano, that'd be crazy, bro. Like damn.
So what do you think Teresa's role is going forward? They showed her what in 3 episodes?
Yeah.
And then this last one, she was making a declaration.
I think Teresa might end up finding out that and getting proof. And she probably get the proof from Stefano that, Russo double-crossed Sal. And who knows, maybe Sal's people might be the ones who turn out and get Russo.
But Stefano was the one that actually made the hit, that contracted the hit.
He was just a middleman though. He was keeping it quiet for Russo. So I mean I get what you're saying though, but he really his blood really ain't even on his hands for real.
Well, he went and got Rock and Marvin though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was like the middleman in the situation. Because Russo didn't want the family to figure out that he had something to do with it.
These damn Italians ain't shit.
Yeah, they some dirty motherfuckers, bro. The dirty bastards.
And I always kind of felt like Giorgio was a mole anyway. And Stefano. I really thought both of them were snitches.
Yeah, because did they ever explain why his fishing shop was bugged? I know they said the feds was in town, but where did the feds get the information to find out that Baselli was finna get smoked? Because remember, the feds showed up to Baselli and told him like, "You finna die. Like if you don't snitch." They was trying to flip him and make him snitch, but and Baselli was just like he stood on his ground. But I'm trying to figure out where they got that information from. They never really explained.
See, that's why we know somebody was feeding information to him. It could have been Stefano,
Yeah.
And then these bodyguard people that's always, notice like every time Unique is talking or going off on somebody, Akbar is right there hearing everything. Giorgio is right there hearing everything that's going on with Stefano. They in every scene with those characters.
Yeah.
Now Akbar done seen really how Unique feels about Raquel. That was on full display. That they just in a lover spat more than anything. Mm-hmm. You already know he working with Phil Russo. So it's a lot of entanglements and stuff. They can go in a whole lot of different directions. I just want them to tie it all together, and that's what what's his face said they was gonna do. Sasha Penn.
Yeah.
it was gonna all make sense.
Yeah.
Because right now it don't.
Maybe that's why my head been so like kind of like going crazy when I go back and watch it. I'm like, bro, this something ain't making sense. Like something's not hitting. It's not connected.
I just watch, and I'm a detail person, so I think everything can mean something. Like the body language stuff I put in one of your comments, Jay. I mean, you have to. They really give you all the information. But one of the themes of this season was that we don't know everything, and the pay attention to details. That was the whole thing at the beginning in episode 1 when Unique came to, and they went 3 months back. Is that you don't see everything and don't need to know everything. So
I must say this too. Another for the people that saying watch alive. I am curious of what they're gonna do with their pregnancy thing because they haven't touched on that yet either.
So I kind of said about my review. It seems like they know that this is ending in season 5, so it's kind of, man. I'm not gonna say it's as bad as book 2's writing, but it's doing the same thing book 2 did, like where it's introducing stuff and it's like speed and giving it to you all at once, but it's like still some dots not being connected there. Mm-hmm. And book 2 is like, season 4 book 2 is like, we just gonna give you everything and then you can just live with it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm gonna say this.
I hope they do kind of connect these dots at least.
Yeah, I'm gonna give to book 2 a little bit of grace. Because like I said, they got canceled out of nowhere. They just kind of had to patch it up. So I'm gonna give them a little grace simply out there. Now, raising Kanan, I guess we just gotta kind of wait to season 5 to see how they, do they give us the answers to all of it? If not, then we're gonna cook their ass on this live. But let me go ahead and address this theory that support is said. I think this is actually pretty interesting. That Stefano survives, becomes a mole for the feds, and they give him a new identity called Roberto Saletti. And he says the mob finds out he talking and said Tony Teresi. Because keep in mind, if you're familiar with the original Power, in season 4, when Ghost was in prison and Tony Teresi was trying to blackmail him, he used the fact that Tony Teresi was behind the hit of Roberto Saletti as leverage to get him to back off. So that would be very interesting if that turns out to be what happens. Support.
That definitely would tie up a lot of theories for real.
It would. And for Sham, I thought this was a cool question too. I want to address that. So, me personally, I don't think they're gonna have anything like that. Me personally, because I think it's gonna be so action packed that I don't think, because they kind of already got rid of the big time lawyer.
Yeah, I was gonna say we already got that scene with the lawyer. He gone.
So once they just randomly introduce us a new lawyer, I seriously highly doubt.
Kanan don't seem like the type that would want or that would have like lawyers in his pocket, like in his story.
Right.
You know what I mean? That seems more like Ghost's speed, honestly.
Yep.
So he don't even seem like he would care to be working with the police, to be honest with you. I mean, we understand that. We understand now from what we've seen. Like, Kanan is not no nigga that's gonna work with the police, bro, at all.
Well, Giorgio wasn't around DeMarcus because keep in mind they said that he requested to meet alone, and keep in mind he didn't want any of his people knowing that he was meeting up with Russo. So that's why Giorgio. You got to keep in mind of how the John Gott case went. There's inspiration there, timeline too. Yeah, I'm gonna make. I can make a video on that support.
Let me ask something about D Wiz's brother.
All right.
As you say, they coming. Now, when we first heard of him, D Wiz was saying he had just got out, but his mama would prefer him locked up so she would know where he is.
Mm-hmm.
So we would have to know what happened there. Obviously, we've only covered maybe 2 years or barely 2 years in the whole series. So
Right.
he had to get, according to that little introduction you showed, he's gotten out again. So either he's just been in and out or something. So it's like he wasn't even around when the boy got killed, but yet he was around when he got killed because he had just got out.
Yeah, they say he just got it. Maybe he went right back, because what we don't have is, exactly how much time passed after he, D Wood said that and he was killed. Was it that same day?
It was right. I mean, it wasn't much, probably just a day or two.
Yeah, it did seem like
because Rock and Lou was already plotting. That's why they asked about his brother.
True.
Because they knew what they was about to do. Because they looked at each other when he said that. Yeah. That he was out.
So what if something crazy among the line could have like this have happened? Rock did some dirty work to have maybe got him locked back up to make sure he don't interfere with this shit.
There do be a lot of off-camera stuff happening. So I wouldn't put it back.
That's the that's one of the themes of the season.
Yeah,
we don't know everything.
Yeah,
because it made sense to us that was him and his mama on the basketball court when that shootout happened.
A lot of people thought that
because the way they focused on them,
Yeah.
But I'm gonna have to get off here shortly. It's just a few loose ends to me that I would like to see wrapped up. It's like they made a big deal out of, like the furnace. I wanted somebody to go in the furnace this season. I didn't care who it was, really.
Right.
Because the furnace was introduced like a character, like it was already a plot line or something. 3,000 degrees and all that kind of stuff. Then the abortions, some got to come up about them. High Post and DEFCON was mentioned 2 or 3 times, especially by Unique and Panessa. So something happened there. We're talking about D Wiz's brother now. I'm thinking about them 13 prisoners that was released. That was a big deal.
Yeah. I'm wondering why Joaquin don't want to do business in Southside no more. Because he was doing business in Southside and now he ain't.
And then the diamonds and pearls.
Them diamonds, them goddamn diamonds. I was wondering about that too. I was like, bro, you know what though? That might be Marvin's get out of jail free card, bro.
That's what I've been saying.
Get out of death free card.
Maybe escape to Washington. Because we know Juke is not leaving leaving New York while Marvin is there. Mm-hmm. But we know she's going to leave New York.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe both of them escape together or something like that to DC, or Marvin gets
I don't know, because we got to see, we still got a lot to see at Jukebox, because Ghost and Tommy knew her too well.
Right.
They knew who and what she was. And they was all scared of her. So we got to see that fear develop of Jukebox. And it makes sense to us that she would finally get turned all the way up if something happened to Rock, Marvin, and or Aisha. So I think Aisha's out of here too. That's another loose end.
Yeah, something else big has to happen to Juke in order to turn her to the original, the original power Jukebox.
Yeah, she's not all the way there yet.
Yeah, she's not quite there yet, because the way Kanan pulled, kind of put the gun towards her head and said, if you ain't with me, you against me. If he would have did that to OG Juke, she would have busted him side his head, maybe even shot him or did something to him if he did.
Yeah, she could have got that gun from Kanan if she wanted to.
She's not quite there yet. So something that's gonna happen this season is gonna push her over the edge. Now, here's something else that I'm gonna bring to the table that I think could be more confirmation that Rock dies, because according to Haley Kilgore, the actress that plays Jukebox, she says that at the end of the season, Jukebox is gonna hit rock bottom. Well, nothing has happened for her to hit rock bottom, really, unless Rock is truly dead, right?
I think it would be more about the innocent, because see, that was one of the themes this season too. The people that we love, that get in the way, and I think Aisha is Jukebox's Crystal. See, Rock is in the game. It's almost, if you're in the game, you're going to probably get killed or something. I think Aisha would hit her harder, because that'd be like Nicole all over again.
It would be like Nicole all over again. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But still, though, she was saying this season, Aisha's still alive.
Well, apparently, I don't think she hit rock bottom in season 4.
That's what I'm saying. But she could if Rock actually died right there.
Yeah, that's the one thing.
Like in episode 1.
Yeah, that's the one thing that'll make me think like she hits rock bottom at any given point. It's one, either a daddy or rock down.
We know Marvin didn't die, because initially, I'm pretty sure majority of the fans, when they saw that interview, and she said that, majority of the people were thinking, oh, Marvin's about to die this season. But now that we basically saw that he survived that shootout and that he's good, more than likely Marvin survived. The one that we got in question is Rock.
Yeah.
And then Aisha, more than likely, unless some outscreen shit happened to her, she's good too. We know for sure Kanan is good. So who's the only person left over? Lulu is good.
Yeah. And I think with them getting Lulu to kidnap Pernessa and Jerome, I think that's them just putting him on ice anyways. Like, yeah, we're gonna kill him. We're gonna kill him later on. He might not die until like later in the season, to be honest. But I think a lot of them gonna get packed up like before the first 5 episodes. Like, I think Unique gonna be dead before the 5th episode. Shit. Aisha might get up out of here before episode 5 too, though. You know what I'm saying? You just never know how it's gonna go.
Yeah, but they bringing her back into the storyline for a reason.
Yeah, just to die.
with Pernessa missing, what if Unique go and grab up Shirley Beaumont? Because he did see them together.
You know what? That's crazy that you mentioned that. Ronald, because another video that I was gonna do is I was gonna do everyone that's on my radar for their predictions for season 5, and Shirley was gonna be on it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think she's a liability. She's a person that's just out there in the opening that nobody's probably gonna be thinking about. And then they just grab her up and be like, well, Lou cares about her at least a little bit. Let's get her ass.
He cares a lot about her.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think she would be a victim and somebody who would just get snatched up and just be a casualty of war.
Yeah.
See, and I like that actress too. So I remember when she was young. I almost hate to say that, but and do you know that she and y'all need to look up Glennis O'Connor. I'm telling you, go look up Old Billy Joe. Okay, and you see she wore her hair the same damn way she wearing it now. She always had that hair just hanging down, and she was a cute thing. Anyway, she really kind of favored the girl that was in the original Exorcist too, Linda Blair. They got that same look.
She reminded me of Sarah Connor. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you, support. I definitely thought this shit.
I don't even know why he mentioned it because he know people didn't already said this. Like,
right.
I've seen some videos where niggas is talking about Shirley is Marvin's mama. I'm like, what? I'm like, bro, y'all gotta chill, bro.
I don't get credit for my theories.
Nah, that was
I know I was one of the first people that said it. She said
You did say that though.
She said she was hot for E-Train. And I was thinking she could have been Lou's mom.
I remember that, Ron. I'll give you one.
And that was the big family secret.
And I was like, damn, you know what? That makes it, because me personally did think that Shirley and E-Train messed around, but I never thought about
it. Was implied. It was implied.
Right, because you mentioned she was the only one to call him Louis, and that's something that moms would do. So I agree with
and when Joyce came to the bar, their body language was kind of
right.
like,
He brought that up, yeah, because I actually went back and viewed it on the live when he brought it up.
Yeah.
And we already knowing back then these white girls wasn't gonna have no black babies.
Yeah,
she could have had him and gave
basically
him
what Kate did with JB.
Yeah.
Yep.
You laugh and support. What if they? Hey, I'm gonna tell you this: if it turn out to be right, hey, there'll be Ronald chance to troll you. Because I'm just saying.
See, that would have been the secret that Joyce took to her grave. So she
right.
gone now.
Right.
You know.
Maybe if well, you said Joyce takes to her grave. I was gonna say, well, maybe if Shirley dies this season, Lou might find out some more stuff.
Another death scene, the confessions and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Sam. Hell nah, that ship ain't sick. That's one y'all gonna see me hold on to it until proven right. That ship ain't never sailing until
that's the biggest stretch on the internet. That's
he's still alive.
So,
he's the only possible character. And then, if y'all ain't noticed, Lou is using people like how Ghost used people. How he got B-Rilla just all of a sudden doing this. That's exactly what Ghost would be doing.
B-Rilla asked for some work. B-Rilla begging for some work.
I get that, but I'm saying how Ghost would use people.
Y'all want to tell me who B-Rilla reminds me of right now?
Who that?
He reminds me of Julio.
Yeah.
Because Julio needed, remember, Julio got into some trouble and Ghost saved him, just like B-Rilla did. And he started working with Ghost so that he could feed his family. B-Rilla did the exact same thing.
Exactly, bro.
Y'all gonna let me cook until that damn thing sinks. I'm gonna keep cooking and saying it. Y'all know it's still going on.
Yeah, Lou and Ghost connections is too crazy, bro. It's damn near spot on. It's damn near the same person on screen for real.
It damn near is, bro.
Damn near.
And then look, think about it this way. This is another reason how I put it. The trio, right? The siblings. Rock is the most like Kanan.
Mm-hmm.
Lulu is the most like Ghost, and Marvin is the most like Tommy, right?
Yeah.
I think they're gonna die in the same order. Kanan, Ghost, Tommy. So if I'm correct, Brock is already gone. Lulu will be next, and they will leave Marvin the last one standing.
Yeah. Yep.
Even though I do still think Ghost is alive. I know that sounds like a contradiction, but I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about.
And I have a problem with them all being first cousins and Tariq being Kanan's first cousin once removed and all that kind of stuff. But I was one too that believed that really Kanan was Tasha's baby daddy, but they didn't play it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I been folks, y'all got to keep this in mind. They wrote the storyline for Raising Kanan after they, so a lot of the Power storyline has already been in place.
Yep.
So they had to recon some of that shit.
I don't think they had to recon it. They just need to base it on it. On
Well,
what we saw.
Stuff in the storyline, period. Not that necessarily, but I'm saying just certain things, certain aspects of the show that was originally said in Power, they had to change.
What have they changed?
What have they changed?
What? Yeah, give me an example. Something that changed.
Okay. Remember, Kanan told us in the beginning that he first started off in the game when he was 11. That got changed to 15.
Okay.
That's one example.
And he was selling weed or something for his uncles.
He said it was selling Fat Albert.
Fat Albert, yeah.
What's Fat Albert?
Coke.
It's like Coke, yeah.
Wrapped up in foil paper.
Okay. I haven't did any Coke in 32 years. All right, go ahead. What's another example? What's another example?
It's crazy. I can't think of them at the top of my head. I actually made a video of it showing you a couple of them. There's a lot of them actually. One of them is Jukebox name change. Like, I mean, maybe they.
That's coming. That's coming.
I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do with that, but that's one.
I think that's coming.
Let me see. It's a couple of them. I just got to sit here and think for a little second. But yeah, they got a couple of them. Well, Ghost age. They showed us in season 1 that Ghost was born in 1974, but it's 100% factual that he wasn't born in 74. That's been recon. Because Kanan was born in 75, and he's older than Ghost.
Well, that would have been changed in the after credits scene in Power when they showed it was 1996 and they was coming out of high school.
But that's what I'm saying. That was part of Raising Kanan, though. That's after the end of Power. But see, they showed us in 1974 in the first season. They changed it.
Okay. That was on a driver's license or something?
Yes.
Okay. Like they had messed up Zeke's birthday, not Zeke's birthday, Kane's birthday.
Yes, they did.
Messed up. And Courtney had to, when she was doing that live thing, I kept submitting question after question. It took her a few episodes to go and say that they actually messed up. It was production.
Yeah, I remember I saw that live. Yep.
Because I saw that birthday on that paperwork, and Kane would have been older than Zeke, but he wasn't.
Right.
So they can make mistakes, like them 93, 94 Jordans and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. But like that's a huge. Think about that, though, bro. That is a huge mistake. Like that's a big difference in age. See, the Kane and the Juke, and I mean the Kane and the Zeke thing was just like what, a 2-year difference. That shit with Ghost, that's like 6-7 years out. Yeah. So that's not just a mistake. They changed that shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad the casting of Branford is more age appropriate. They use a lot of times these actors are so much older than the actual characters, because we get their dates and stuff. Just like Mary J. Blige playing Monet, that was 20 years. She was way too old to be playing Monet, who would have been in her late 30s, actually. That kind of stuff. But They
I don't
go.
think Monet was in her 30s. She was in her 40s. But yeah.
Well, she had Zeke when she was 16, and he was what, 23?
Yeah.
So that would have made Monet 39, and we know Mary J. Blige is in her 50s.
She can pass for her 40s though.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think she look a mess to me.
That's crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? It's what it is.
Thank you, DeMarcus. That's another one too. DeMarcus just gave me one that I had forgot about. Another recon, Ronald, is Kanan said that he didn't have a father growing, in the original Power, but
Yeah.
his occasion, he most definitely did.
Okay. But we know why he wouldn't claim Howard, though.
That's true.
He wouldn't claim Howard.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't.
He was always being DEFCON's son gave him more street cred.
And DeMarcus, I think I think you just trolling saying bullshit right now. You know good damn well Ghost wasn't born in 74.
I think he was just mentioning that as one of the. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he was just helping me out.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, DeMarcus. You always got my back when it comes to that shit. That nigga be remembering everything.
Jukebox was born in 74.
Yes, Jukebox was. She was born in 74.
Yeah, technically speaking, Hezekiah, he didn't have a father, bro. That nigga had a sperm on.
Well, okay, so here's a good question. He said, what do you think the favorite going to be from Jude to the detective? I mean, originally I thought, that it would be her giving them information about, the case with Famous. That's what I always thought it would be. That it was cops that were responsible. But I think, she's going to have a piece of the bottom, especially if Rock dies, because I made a video on it. Especially if Rock truly does die, I think this could also push her to wanting to be a cop. It could end up pushing her to that. And I'm well aware that because a lot of people say, "Oh, she didn't become she's been a cop for 8 years and got power." But like I've been telling y'all, they've been reconning that shit.
Yeah, a lot of that shit ain't gonna be. It's not gonna be what we're saying.
She becomes a cop much sooner.
Yeah.
But anyways,
we know she got at least 4 more years. She got to terrorize the streets.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not saying that she immediately becomes a cop, but I do think with the death of Rock and maybe even the potential death of Marvin or Aisha might push her to wanting to be a cop because she's like, man, if I'm able to, become a cop and see the streets and know everything that's happening before it happened, like, get it, and that way I can be ahead of it. I can prevent certain shit while also, being able to be a criminal at the same time. So she could possibly see her being, seeing the best of both worlds that way. And if she like, I don't give a damn what folks think of me. I'm gonna be a cop and protect the streets the way I see fit. Like she could be the first Detective Carter.
Hey, wasn't Tate a cop in DC?
Yes.
Or was he
Well, I don't know if in DC, but he was a cop.
Mm-hmm.
We know all these damn cops, they be crooked as hell in the Power.
Okay. I'm gonna say that'd be something if he's if they did something with her being a cop and Tate being a cop in DC at the same time, that'd be dope.
Okay, so that's interesting, DeMarcus. You said get the video ready about Darnell Washington and Tamika Washington. So I have been thinking for a while now, what's the connection between, potential connection between, D at the time, D Wiz brother and Tamika, because they all do share the same last name. Now, it could just be a coincidence that they all named Washington, but more than likely, TV show, they're probably related. So, um,
If you just think about Tamika and how she kind of had a heart for all of them in the family, like she still had like a heart for them, even knowing they was all dirty, like they was all.
Yeah, I believe that too. I just catch that.
that might be the reason why she wanted to give Tariq such a chance like that.
Yeah, yep. Come from that murky background. She already had family members that was in the life, so it's probably what pushed her to go do what she went to go do. You know what I'm saying? Essentially,
I'm gonna do it.
almost kind of like a parallel to Juke's story, because Juke is. It seemed like Juke eventually, like all the shit that's happening in Southside, just pushed her to go be the cop. Like, man, this is too much. I got too
I'm gonna do
much.
some thinking on that DeMarcus though, and then I'm gonna try to put out a video. I do think that's interesting, but I got to do some thinking to be able to connect some dots.
See, it was another Washington, but I can't see him being in that family. That was Crown Camacho. His name was Antoine Washington.
Yeah. What's up, Talia? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the live. Yep, they changed your name in OG Power, and her name was Levine. Hold on, am I way behind on these comments? No, I'm not.
Oh, he almost at the bottom.
Okay, I just had to make sure. She said that cop Ghost lived with his dad until he was killed. I'm curious of what she's referring to.
She was talking about DeMarcus, because DeMarcus was talking about the retcons, and so she was like trying to like G-check him on that shit.
What if Rock had abortion within family? So what you saying? She got pregnant by one of her own family members or something? That what you saying?
That is crazy, bro. Somebody did say something about E-Train might have been
touching her and shit. Yeah.
Touching on her, yep.
Yeah, I heard that. That was the fight they had in season 2, and she went to stay with Rock. Then is what Kanan was talking about. Yeah, that's another thing that's a recon too. I mean, even though it's something similar to that happened, originally Kanan said he was the one who told Juke to, go ahead and live her life and go move to DC when her father kicked her out. And then, the story that we got wasn't exactly that. He didn't kick her out. She left. And then she actually came back. She didn't move to DC. So that's another one. Okay, I'll give you some grace with your theory. If Lou's ghost pops when you think they will meet. Too late in book 3. So if this, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna go ahead and be 100% honest. Like I said, that ship haven't sailed yet, but it's looking slim. I see it got some hope up in there, but I mean, he could show up. Like I said, a long lost lover comes back with them, and then that makes him. Because I do think Lou will relapse eventually. Because Rock was talking about you can't have one foot in and one foot out, right? Which is another reference that people was talking about ghosts. So he could end up finding out that he has a son, right? And then once he finds out and he's doing it life and find out that his son is doing the same thing, that could make him relapse. And that's how the drunk for a dad aspect comes back to to the picture. And for the ones that said that Ghost grew up with his dad, that was never said in the power. And also keep in mind, it can be recon, just like the rest of the shit that I just got to mention. They could have changed their storyline.
Yeah, the way
Dark nigga, be with his brother now.
Let me say this about your statement about Lou's relapse, and then I'm gonna go for reals. I need to go help some people get sober. So this Lou's, I would say that Lou actually, I would say that Lou has actually relapsed. Okay, in the game, that's his relapse. But and you remember leading up to that whole spiel at the end of episode 8 from the Kanan narration about the crack fiends and the game and just being like crack fiends, and then it ended with the game feel good. Right. If it didn't, people wouldn't die. Nobody'd die for it. Now that's on top of Lou's close up. So I think he's gonna die from the game. That was foreshadowing his death. But that was his relapse when he went back to the game. Yeah. He don't need the alcohol. There's nothing for him to medicate because he accepted his who he really is.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you this. Like I said, keep in mind the next episode, The Rock touched on him going back to that shit. So all I'm gonna say, if that nigga start back drinking, be prepared.
Rock responded the way a family member should respond.
That's true.
I can't believe you. Hell, he was screaming out in the street in front of our house that they was killers.
We fucking killers, yo.
I've told many people your family shouldn't. You done messed up your family. Your family shouldn't trust you just because you don't drink for a few months. They shouldn't trust it.
Yeah.
I tell folks that all the time. They can't trust you.
She had the same last name as the woman back in the Ghost Up. Yeah. Tamika, yeah. The Walsh lady. Yeah. The moment I heard her name, I did think of that.
Lorette Walsh.
Lorette Walsh. What was the social worker's name?
I can't remember what the social worker the first name was.
I think it was Walsh.
That's what he's saying, but I don't remember her first name.
I can't remember her first name.
Yeah.
This Kanan naming his son after a snitch is crazy. But the Sean Famous wasn't a snitch though. For never snitch, he didn't get an opportunity to do so. So they gave us clarity on that in the last few episodes of this season.
Mm-hmm. All right, Jay, I'm gonna jump off of here. I enjoyed it. I'm glad I called it.
Appreciate you.
All right, Ron.
All right,
safe, bro.
The biggest flaw with the theory for me is Uncle Gabe. Where does he fit? Because it seemed like he and Ghost Pops are close. I agree. What if B Rilla turned out to be gay? His name. What do we do though?
That would be funny.
That'd be crazy as hell if he turned out to be that nigga. Now, me personally don't think so, but I'm just saying. I heard Kwame was narrating orders from jail. Yeah, that was just a theory, though. I don't think that's nothing like, Will we see Imani Okoye next season? I doubt it. I think her storyline is done. I don't see a reason really for
unless she's talking to the feds.
Yep, that's the only way that she can come back. Like if the feds target her. But other than that, I don't see a reason. Hey, that would be super crazy though, right?
Yeah.
Be really be gay.
This bro, I can't even. Oh man, I can't even imagine them doing that, bro.
That
I'd be
shit
like,
was
man,
funny.
y'all tripping. Yeah, boy, the show going there well. Turn into a damn Tyler Perry show. All before I
Really would, bro. You know what's crazy though? Something else that we ain't touched on. Who is Tasha's family? That's something that we really never talked about. You know, she talked about her mom. You know, you should talk down on her and her singing career and all that. And this is just random for me, but I'm just saying, who is Tasha's family?
I think we are probably gonna get more clarity about her and origins. I think that's what they trying to do, man. Like because you know it's gotta be that character development story thing, kind of sort of. Like they might not put it dead set in our face, but you know, they might just introduce families, you know, just all in the neighborhood that are dealing with the chaos that's going on. You know what I'm saying? Which I mean, that's pretty dope, you know, because from what we know about Tommy, he really didn't have much of a family structure, and he just had his mom. And then Ghost was with his dad. Well, what you just say that we didn't really necessarily know that he was with his dad the whole entire time. That wasn't 100% confirmed, right?
Right, it wasn't. They just said that he was with him, but they didn't say like you know he grew up with him necessarily.
Yeah.
Like,
So I don't know. It would be dope if they highlighted that, but at the same time too, like didn't they say Ghost met her like wasn't she like 10 years younger than him or some shit? It was
no,
something weird.
she wasn't that much younger than him, but she's younger. More like a 3 year difference, 3 to 5.
Okay.
But yeah, so
Yeah, definitely
don't
probably
need
know.
to be introduced for a very good minute. In my opinion. Yeah, I agree. I don't think she's going to be introduced in Raising Cain. I think she's going to come in Origins. I just was thinking ahead of time, just randomly thinking about it.
Yeah.
Pre-K, nah, that's she's not been pre-K. That's too young. She's like, well, shit.
Kindergarten, first grade, maybe even.
Let me think. Shit. Because to keep that shit, she should be in about. She done it in like 3rd grade right now. Yeah,
Yeah.
she like 2nd or 3rd grade. That's what I'll say. Why you say B really not left-handed? Who said he was left-handed?
Mm. As Akai said, what if Origins is Tommy telling Tariq about him and Ghost growing up from his perspective? That would be dope.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna address that too. I don't know how that jumped up there, but yeah, I want to address that. That's how I always saw Origins. That you know, especially if Ghosts come back, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That it was gonna be him or Tommy telling Tariq the story. So it would make sense for him to narrate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somehow maybe, but she did go to school. Seems like a good problems like every other. I think Zion last name was Washington also, right? Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was, Joe.
That's the reason why I've been saying for the longest that I believe Zion is I said D Wiz's brother's son. Which it seems like we ain't got 100% confirmation, but I'm gonna lean towards that. I believe that that rumor is true. That Darnell is probably his name, and that Daniel Ezra is going to be the one playing him. I'm gonna lean towards it's probably true, and that he's going to turn Marcus Zion Washington is going to turn out to be his son, or it could possibly even be because keep this in mind. This is a stretch here, but I'm just throwing it out there. Keep in mind the same night Bill killed, he did smash that girl. I doubt he had her up. He could have gotten her pregnant, and that could have been this.
Yeah. I wonder where are y'all hearing y'all theories? I mean, not theories, but where are y'all hearing y'all rumors from, man?
You're talking about the rumors out that I just said?
Yeah, well, because I see Dale saying he heard Tommy narrating Origins and directing a Kanan episode.
Man, these rumors, if you super invested in these power streets, these rumors be flowing everywhere on Reddit, on Instagram, shit. These Discord groups, motherfuckers be invested into trying to find out this shit. And then a lot of people just share it to me and I'll get it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind, Tommy did tell Tariq what? He told him that was Tom. That's not my story to tell you, right? Because Tariq tried to ask him like in season 5 about when they grew up.
Yeah.
And Tommy told him that's not his story to tell him. But if Ghost is truly dead, then I think Tommy would go ahead and tell him because nobody else would be able to.
Yeah, everybody gone, shit.
What if Star is fucking with us? What if when Origins come out, Tommy narrating the story of him and Ghost's past, but we see Michael Rainey and Gianni doing all the shit? Hell nah, they ain't gonna do that. You be loving them trolling poses though, boy. But you don't get there where this shit ain't gonna happen. You say you think Curtis St. Patrick should have a main role? I mean, I doubt they make it too big. He probably gonna have like if I had to give it like a comparison, his role would probably be similar to, and unless it's Lou, then if it's Lou, then absolutely he will have a commitment. But if not, then it's going to be probably similar to what Andre Barnes' role were, show up every so often. I don't think he's gonna be like, heavily in the show until it's getting close to the time when we get ready to die.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes more sense too.
Origins should not make any Raising Kanan characters main until season 2. I mean, I guess it depends on what Raising Kanan leave off at.
If Bree's still around, which we assume he is going to be still around, he already a main.
Yeah, and then it's crazy. If I'm not mistaken, the other people that watch his channel, correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have sworn when I was skipping through one of Fair Play's videos, he said that Breeze would be killed off this season. Now I instantly thought in my head, nigga, you out of your mind. Like there is no way they're gonna give us a long-awaited, anticipated character like that to kill him off in one season.
Nah, I said that, but it wasn't based off Fair Play. I was just saying that because I was mad, but I was like, man, let me get over this shit, bro. Just roll with the punches, see what they do. You know what I'm saying?
If they do that though, I mean, shit, I put myself in the fryer, like, but I just can't see that happening.
Nah, Shalik is too.
Like
He's too popular of an actor.
11 years.
Yeah.
They kill him off in one season. Then think about all the stuff that they talked about with Breeze. Like they would have to do so much in one season. Like basically the entire storyline would have to be on him in order to.
Yep.
Yeah, he got to give Ghost his nickname. He has to give us they got to show us how he's watching Jeopardy. They got to show us how he's strong but not smart. They got to show the reason why, Ghost wanted them dead. Then keep in mind, they also got to take time out to introduce Ghost and Tommy just to make that storyline even possible. Like it's just, and then you got the thing that's going on with Rock. You got so many main characters that's still alive.
Yeah.
It's way too much. There's no way that they can do that. They would have to. The only way they can do that if they extend all the episodes to make them like an hour and a half. And that we know they didn't do that. So.
They not finna do that.
So he's gonna go. My prediction is what I originally said, and I believe that's exactly what's gonna happen. They're gonna give us Breeze towards the end of Raising Kanan. He's gonna transition over to Origins, and they're gonna knock him off like season 3-ish of Origins. And the rest of it is going to be about Ghost, Tommy, and Kanan. And then it's going to end with Kanan going to jail.
And I'll go out on a limb and say I think Breeze is definitely going to be heavily in season 5, but I don't think he's going to be in every episode like that. You know what I'm saying? Just so they can kind of stretch it out a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
You might be right about that. Like, he may be, I think he might be in it, but he may not be super heavy in it.
Yeah.
Like maybe they show little small scenes and then gradually make his, scenes bigger. I can see it. Because they still got to deal with the other characters.
Yep. We got to get Neek up out of here, man.
Yeah, Neek got to go. Like I said, my prediction is he's out the first episode, but if he's not, within the first 5.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, I think they'll probably do him like how they did him in season 3 because he lasted till like episode 5 of season 3 and then came back episode 10. But this time he ain't coming back. He gonna die in episode 5 and his ass is gone. They probably end up doing him like how they did OC, nigga, kill that nigga and throw his ass in the garbage. Which would be fucked up. I'd be like, damn, bro, y'all gonna do Unique like that? I'll put cases through all of you bitches.
So support. Yeah, I remember we talked about that when you talk about Breeze give James the name Ghost the moment James kills him. I could see that because, kind of similar to when Tariq was was getting ready to kill Zion, and he say, I see you, little ghost. So I could see him, pop up on Breeze, and then Breeze see, and he got the gun on him. Breeze like, man, I've never seen this shit coming. Your little ass like a fucking ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Never see your ass come, never see you leave.
Carlita, how you know Unique is in all 8 or 10 episodes? You don't even know how many episodes it is. You said 8 or 10.
So you think Unique is gonna be in all the episodes for next season? I'm gonna strongly disagree with that, but hey, you could turn out to be right.
If he make it to episode 10, bro, and don't die, that nigga is Breeze. We just finna. I don't care what nobody say, bro. They done did too much shit, bro. Like, he gotta die early, bro. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, he gotta get up out of here. I agree with that, bro.
Yeah.
You right, Hezekiah. I could definitely see Phil going up in that furnace. That's a perfect candidate for him.
One of them mafia niggas is going in that furnace. Yeah.
You think Unique going towards the end? Reason why I'm gonna say towards the beginning is because I don't know. Me personally, I think majority of the fans would be more emotional towards the death of one of the Thomas family members than Unique. Because believe it or not, it is a lot of it's certain people that don't like Unique because they didn't like how his character came back and how he was acting. But everybody likes Marvin. So, obviously if he was to go, that's gonna be towards the end.
Yeah.
And then Lou could possibly die in the early episode if he don't turn out to be Ghost Dad. I can see him going out in episode 5 or in episode 6 or some shit. But me, I just think with what Snaps and Pops said about him, more than likely that nigga gonna be out of here within the first couple. Because I think Snaps and Pop them is gonna be the ones who die towards the finale.
Yeah, they already kind of hinted at him dying. He gonna die soon. When they said that shit, when they was talking to Breeze and Kanan, yeah, that's foreshadowing his death right there. Like, and then Pop was talking crazy too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's another thing too, though, bro. Like they never went back. And maybe they wrap it up in season 5, but they never went back because Unique met up with them twice. We seen one scene where he went and met up with Snaps and Pop, and he sat down and talked to him. But the one before that, where he came, he showed them that he was still alive, and he was like, just like Jesus, I died for other niggas' sins.
Right.
They never showed that conversation whatsoever, and I'm like, bro, what did y'all talk about? You know what I'm saying? Like. They gotta put some clarity on that. Like,
yeah, I definitely thought that they would, later on tell us what would happen.
Yeah,
but they didn't. He said, "Bruh, chill. If I see that messed up face past episode 6, I'm crashing out." But DeMarcus, I'm curious, bro. You said it's the rumors of a Breeze spinoff. That's kind of interesting. Where you hear that at? That's one I haven't heard. Unique gets life in prison. He that could happen, but either way, they gotta get him out of the way.
Orange is hot. Nigga said Raising Kanan trash dive. Unique dive because Breeze on shit.
I think you just mad because he turned out to not be Breeze.
Yeah. That's a little kickback from being upset about it. Hey man, I already got over it, bro. So hey man, you just gotta roll with what they got, bro.
What happened to her Southside Plaza? Shit, your guess as good as mine, nigga.
I think she gave that shit to Stefano. She said that cause that money never turned back up either. That's $500,000.
That's true, man. That's true.
She put that damn what's it called up for just in case. It's like an insurance policy just in case you couldn't give it back to him. But we never heard nothing else back from that $500K, bro.
That is definitely true. We didn't hear about it. I mean, I guess they just maybe I was screened or something. They're gonna say she paid it back or whatever. I don't know.
Nah, hell nah. Her ass been struggling to sell weight this whole season. You can't tell me she paid that ticket back. I don't know, bro, because it didn't seem like they
didn't use the money though. So she could have returned that money.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's 100% true. Yeah.
I'm calling it. Kanan and Jukebox kills Snaps and Pop. Frames Unique. Breeze kills Unique. That's interesting, Mr. Dub.
That's what they want us to think, though, Dub. You gotta think deeper than that, bro. They want us to be at all of these theories. They gonna be like, yeah, we got them now. We ain't even gonna tell them Pronessa killed Snaps and Pop, but yeah, we got them. Like, what would she have to do?
There's no way they have to do it. That would blow us. because nobody's expecting that.
Ain't nobody gonna be expecting it though. And I mean, you know, that's what they want us to do. They want us to just be off like by a few steps. So, like, all right, bro.
Well, the cops pressed Teresi though. Said cops pressed Teresi about Stefano almost dying. Why? Breeze already had his own show. It was called New York Undercover. He was detective. A Leslie jukebox might set up Unique to go away. But Kanan gets mad at her big mouth. Hell yeah, I wanted Unique to be Breeze because he was the greatest characters. I knew that's what it was, bro. I knew that's what it was.
Yeah.
He should be just killed off himself.
I feel you, Orange. I was right there with you, bro.
Hey, I agree with you too. I mean, it's just kind of crazy that they, decided to make it another character because how you gonna have that many niggas that's doing the same shit that we was thinking, Breeze was said to be doing in a way, just to somebody else. They do this, but it's all good. It's funny how every pirate show, the main drug dealers start off with a whole crew, then end up alone in later seasons. Remember, Ghost and Tommy had a whole organization. That is you. Got cooked. Hey, this nigga DeMarcus. That he killed Jude. Remember what he said. Bitch, always running your mouth. Yeah, but have Kanan and Breeze showed up at the end of Origin season 1, or else is Raising Kanan season 6. Guess they talk about something else. I don't remember.
Yeah.
She will see that Unique has gone back. Lulu was my favorite Thomas character, the voice of reason. Breeze's character is a nobody. Y'all think Breeze is a great character just because he was trying to predict who he was.
He said just because we was trying to predict who he was, yeah.
Well, I mean, shit, I think he's gonna be a great character. I think you just gotta give it time. You're just a little upset about it not being unique. It's all right, my boy. Tanner has a wire on somebody because Baptiste said Feds still on organized crime this season. Well, he said they moving on because they don't see that tying into organized crime.
Yeah. The feds have been non-existent this season. I mean, this past season, feds weren't nowhere around. I mean, they showed up for the Lulu situation, and I think that wasn't the feds. That was just detectives, wasn't it?
Oh,
the cops that showed up to Lulu's spot after he killed.
Yeah, them were just detectives.
Yeah, just detectives. Yeah, so the feds ain't even really been around for real.
So vibes with T. Sanders. I mean, he said something about that it's a potential Breeze spinoff. Where the heck did he get that information at? We do know that Ghost and Tommy meet Kanan first. So in origin, it takes a while until they meet Breeze in 1996. Yeah. So I do think it's possible a time jump may happen, maybe, because I think so maybe Snaps and Pop don't get killed towards the end. Maybe they die within these first 5 episodes, and then after the smoke clears with that situation, we get a slight time jump, and it gets to 93, 94-ish or whatever, and Ghost and Tommy meet. And who knows? Ghost and Tommy may not meet Breeze until Origins. Well, I'm pretty sure they won't. I'll say that. They're not going to meet Breeze until Origins. They're going to meet Kanan. but they're not going to meet Breeze. But they're going to be small soldiers. You got to think about it. They got to work their way up.
Yeah.
Or Breeze meet them. We do know that. Hold on. You would prefer if Breeze never got revealed at all. Okay, I'm just waiting for Young Ghost to talk. This nigga right here. I'll take Breeze for 500.
That nigga Orange funny, bro. He funny. That man funny as hell. Ready to turn that nigga to a Jeopardy question.
Hey, Akbar might do smoke unique, but I mean, I know originally I said that, but I don't know. Now that Phil Russo is, going to be at war with Stefano's crew, I'm kind of going away from that theory because he's probably going to want Unique on his side because he's going to need all this, the manpower he has to go up against Stefano.
Yeah, especially if Stefano start flexing that muscle on
which I believe he will. Like we haven't seen. Let's be real, we haven't seen Stefano really do anything for 2 seasons. Mm-hmm. This season, I think that nigga gonna show us who he is.
Yeah.
Support game and Breeze should be revealed in power orders. They ain't got to give up on raising Kanan for Breeze and the Young Ghost Tommy. Well, it didn't. They gave it to us. Origin Season 1 can focus on Ghost and Tommy while showing and their home drama, meeting Angela, and still have Kanan and Breeze situations. Create a story that bridge Ghost, Tommy, and Kanan. That's how I think it'll happen, Mr. Dub. Early predictions, Snaps and Pop get Swiss cheese in episode 2. They quick, huh? It could. But like I said, first 5. I don't know if I'm gonna say what episode yet, but first I'm switching mine from towards the end to first 5. Because I just think they do have to give us Ghost and Tommy in raising Kanan.
Yeah.
So,
and it'd be funny if they Swiss cheese them the same way Tariq and Braden Swiss cheese them niggas at that airport. It'd be funny as hell if they did the same shit, nigga. I'd be like, oh man, come on, man. I doubt it though.
Why you say you don't know anything anymore, Ebony? What didn't happen that they got you confused? Hey, Bucket, what you think of Hanson Emmanuel? Because they said he's gonna enter the draft, this coming draft for class, and they saying he potential to get drafted in the 2nd round. But I see some niggas saying that he got $1,000 that nigga ain't getting drafted.
Hanson Emmanuel, who is that?
Dude with the one hand.
Oh, buddy with the one hand?
Yeah.
Oh, nah, man. Nah, bro. The NBA ain't about to start doing some, all-inclusive shit. If that was the case, then they would have introduced women to the league first before they started introducing like this.
But he's good though. I do think he'll struggle though in the NBA because when niggas double team, there's no way he'll be like a superstar caliber player. And he got to become really, really good at something. Like really good shooter or really good play. He got to become really, really good at something. Because when niggas start double teaming, I think it's gonna be hard for him to get through that NBA defense with just that one on.
That's the thing too, bro. In the NBA, especially around playoff time, like you remember what Dylan Brooks said about Steph when they was going at his hand, like, yeah, we're gonna just go with that hand. Bro, they finna be attacking your weak side every time, bro. And it's really nothing they can do. A coach gonna have to throw your ass in a damn zone defense. Zone defense in today's league is damn near non-existent. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, bro, it's not. I'm not trying to hate on nobody like that because I know the boy's talented, but the NBA ain't finna start making just changes like that, like abruptly. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not finna do that, bro.
Yeah. Breeze and Kanan allegedly killed Ghost Pops, according to Courtney Kemp. Buck too. When did she say that? I don't think she said that. You niggas going out by the mid-season finale. That's what I think too. Because I just feel like they fumbled so much potential with these storylines.
You are absolutely right, Evan.
Well, like I said earlier, I'm gonna give them a little bit of grace by giving them a chance to clear it all up in season 5. But it's not looking. Some of this stuff not looking too well. But who knows? They might do some incredible writing and clear it all up.
Yeah, Sham. Gerald Green. Gerald Green was a crazy ass. He was missing a finger, bro. He was missing a finger too. He'll dunk on your ass. But that's about. I think that's about as far as NBA go. If you missing a finger and you still can dunk on somebody, we'll fuck with you. Missing a whole hand though.
Yeah, but DeMarcus. Yeah, but he got that from an article and stuff like that. So what I'm saying is, with the Breeze situation, like, is it an article or whatever that he's reading it from, or he just saying it's a rumor? Because niggas be putting out a bunch of bullshit that don't be true.
Yeah, because you read that off of Power Reddit, didn't you? Like when you pulled it up.
That was well, that came from the guy's channel. That's where I grabbed it from. Okay. But they said it came from Deadline. But like I said, I could see that being true. The part with Daniel playing D Wiz's older brother, Darnell. I can see that. But hold on, the closest thing in the NBA to that was the shooting big from the Wizards, who is missing a finger on his shooting hand.
That's a curse.
Do you think we're going to get his brother? I thought so, but now let's go. Yeah, we apparently we're getting D Wiz's brother, Ebony. We gave them a little bit of a grace when they just cut out Famous with no closure. Now I'm just like, nah.
y'all ain't finna let me go to hell with y'all, bro.
The push with the nub gonna be crazy.
That's what I was saying, bro. That thing is kind of crazy.
If I was an owner, there's nothing you can do to sell me on a player with one hand. That is crazy.
Nothing, bro. They're just being honest.
That's why I want Order season 1 and Raising Kanan season 5 parallel. But Ghost and Tommy have to appear in Raising Kanan around 96 when they meet. No, they don't have to appear in 96. That's the problem. They don't have to appear in 96. Just because they met Breeze in 96 doesn't mean that they have to meet Kanan in 96. They can meet Kanan in like 93, 94 and then work their way up. And then now that they don't put in so much work, Breeze is like, who are these young niggas? And then, Kanan kind of tell them about him, like, bring their ass over to, to come chop it up or whatever. So that's how that could turn out. Push out with the club is crazy.
Support said if that article is true, then it'd be posted everywhere on multiple sites. I'll take it with a grain of salt. I'm gonna be honest, support. Y'all leaked the fact of who Breeze was. Y'all leaked his name and all this. I ain't gonna say y'all. I'm just gonna say it was leaked who Breeze was like hours before the season finale. So you could say take it with a grain of salt, but it could be some truth to it.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie to you. When I saw that you're just speaking of, when they was giving out the name of Breeze,
yeah,
I took it with a grain of salt. I was like, I don't know, they might not. Yeah. And then it turned out that it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
it could be the same situation here. And keep in mind, these writers are so good at hitting us with okie-dokes that we tend to not believe shit that we see.
Mm-hmm.
to the point that when it's actually the case, you won't believe it.
Yeah, and they gotta have a new antagonist any damn ways, because some of the antagonists are still on the board, but I assume a lot of them are packs, like, you know what I'm saying, like where it can push off into origins, or you know what I'm saying, like, but in my honest opinion, like most of these dudes finna die, like, or go to jail essentially. So
Yeah, I would love to see some of these people start going, at least every once in a while, go to jail instead of dying. Because some people do go to jail and do a life sentence. They do
yep,
that.
yep,
It's not like all these folks are notorious criminals that are good at killing people and getting away with it. Killing people and getting away with it is incredibly hard to do. But I will say this: in the '90s, it wasn't as hard because the forensics wasn't as advanced. But in today's time, your ass getting got.
Yeah, it's cameras everywhere in today's time, bro. Motherfuckers got cameras on their car, bro. Like they said they caught somebody like that. Like somebody smoked somebody and they caught the car driving off because of the Tesla got a camera on it. I was like, damn, bro, motherfuckers, you can't even smoke nobody really, for real. Not that I'm condoning that. You shouldn't be trying to smoke nobody.
Y'all need to get out their mind, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, man, y'all crazy for the.
I didn't ask that questions for y'all to attack him like that.
That shit crazy.
By '96, Ghost and Tommy already knew Kanan and were already working for him. Right. But y'all ever played against a nigga with a nub? No, I actually haven't. But
yeah, I've never.
I think it should be earlier than that. Let's let 2 seasons of mainly Ghost, Tommy, mainly under Kanan, have Kanan introduce them to Breeze at the end of season 2 and open it up for season 3. That is, I must say, bro, this is gonna be interesting how they do. You know what I'm saying? How they bring this out, because if Raising Kanan is gonna, if Origins is gonna be, surrounded around Ghost and Tommy, how are they gonna actually still keep, Breeze's character relevant as well?
Yeah.
They could go the same route that they did with Raising Kanan. Ghost and Tommy and them matters, but Breeze be like the focal point until he get knocked off. Similar to how they doing with Rock with Kanan. I don't know.
Yeah, because they don't meet him until they're like 16, 17, right?
Right. Well, around 15, 16-ish, around that time.
So it's going to be some time before they actually even meet him. So I hope they don't. I would like him to be there as like an entity, but don't take up so much camera time. You know what I'm saying?
It started to make me think that they may change. They might change the year that they meet.
Yeah, because we didn't already called out some of them red cards.
Yeah, exactly. They might change that shit because it's kind of looking a little, crazy. With it still being 92, we already seeing Breeze.
Yeah.
Now unless they go 3 years without Kanan and without Ghost and Tommy meeting him, I think it's gonna be a little difficult for them to tell their story without having Breeze closely in the picture too. It's gonna be kind of difficult to do that. Yeah. Unless there's a time jump when Origins start. Let's just say they go ahead and just jump to 95 or some shit.
It could be that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like how Kanan and Unique didn't meet until season 4 when both are mains. Right. Right. That's true. They did do that.
Yeah.
Something can happen with Ghost and Tommy with Breeze, but they still need a strong about of screen time after they meet. In my opinion, the guy that plays Kanan is so forgettable. The other actors overshadow him. Facts. He's the main character. Never seen nothing like it. And it's Chappelle voice. I agree with you on that. And I was saying that to me, like I said, he's for one thing, he's not that strong of an actor. Like I said, I'm not going as far as to say he's a bad one, but he's not a great actor to the point that you would be like, damn, that might have really I remember him from this. Like you can't even point out a scene from Kane. I'll ask you the whole chat. What's the scene from Mackay Curtis in Raising Kanan that you did just stands out and you be like, damn, yeah, that scene was cold.
When he got slapped by Rock.
If that's the case, that's the Rock.
No, I'm fucking.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but if somebody say, show me that iconic scene from when Rock was, we could go there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I own you, nigga. Like that instantly comes to my head.
Yeah.
Like that scene, or when she was or when she first was talking to Kanan about when she had to take out D Wiz. That scene jumps to my head. Like you get some of them, and you can kind of go down the line with different characters. Like just this season alone, you can think of a lot of them. Bitch, I ain't hot post.
Yeah, that shit was cold.
Forget that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Unique did have some moments.
Yeah, like and then
Season 3 was all Ronnie's. You know what I'm saying? Like,
a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? That's so y'all get my point now.
yeah.
The rest of the characters, main characters, you can do that with them, but you don't have that scene from Mackay where you're like, yeah, that's the scene that made us remember him. So I agree with you, Ebony. He's absolutely forgettable. So more than likely, hopefully they might recast him in Origins. I don't know. They might keep him around. We'll see, I guess. Still need to know who were the drug dealers who killed Ghost Pops. The popular speculation is Breeze and Kanan. Yeah, that's what people are saying. I hear you, Ebony, but we not gonna act like everybody wasn't calling Power Book Ghost raising the Tejadas. Hey, he got a point. He does have a point.
Raising the Tejadas, that was good.
Because to be honest with you, Woody McClain absolutely stole Book 2 from Michael Rainey.
Yeah,
he did. Like most of the characters that's very memorable comes from him. Even Mary J. Blige, even though a lot of folks say that she's not too good of an actress, which I don't think she's just great, but she does have those moments where you can say you remember her. Like her death scene, you remember that. But to be honest, the only reason why we really, really remember that death scene is because of Rudy McClain. He killed shit. But still. And even for me, I think Method Man even got one. Because for me, when Sax died, that scene's still in my head.
Yeah. Method Man, you could have memes about all the times when he's asking for money or he's wanting a certain type of money. Like you can meme that shit up, bro, because he did a damn good job with that.
Yeah. He will be in G League for sure. He'll put butts in seats. He talking about
one arm, buddy.
yeah. Rock smack Spears out of it. And another one for Unique. You want to go, OC? You wanted to go?
Now you gone.
No, you fucking go. and like I can't remember who said it, but somebody I kindly in the chat said shot the fellas out there, nigga.
Yeah, I remember that.
Hey, that shit's still in my head, bro. That shit was so funny. I heard Shirley was Louis' real mom too. Yeah, that was our boy Ronald who put that theory out there. Why the fuck they need to recast Mekhi Curtis? Michael Rainey played Tariq from a little kid to young adult. He ain't getting no recast. Well, the difference is support. We already have the grown version of Kanan. We don't have a grown version of Tariq. So definitely not the same comparison.
Yeah.
We know the grown version of Kanan is much taller and bigger. And a better actor. Just saying. B Rilla equals Dwight Howard / Ludacris. What, nigga? What are you talking about? How does B Rilla equals Dwight Howard / Ludacris? What the fuck is he talking about? Davis extorted Tariq for 3 years, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I remember that saying, Hezekiah. And tell you what, I said hello, Kane, and drove off on his head.
Mm-hmm.
And then Drew, for me, the most I can go down. I can keep going on and on. Like for me, Drew, to me, his best scene that's most memorable for me is when Monet first found out that they were the ones behind trying to kill him, and that she seen him in the hotel.
Yeah,
he was like, you don't give a damn about us, what we need. He said he did that monologue to me. That was probably his best scene, especially of that season for sure.
man.
That was disrespectful, and he's still shooting OC after he already did, talking about keep going. Here's the keep going for me. Nobody didn't give a damn, bro. But yeah, y'all get it. And we can even go back to OG power. You feel me? Ghost got a whole bunch of iconic
Bro. Yeah,
little bitch you are when talking to Dre. When he was talking bad. Nigga, season 6 alone of Ghost.
all that shit. You put all that in one clip.
He was cooking in season 6.
Yeah.
And of course, Tommy has a bunch of them. Let's see. What would I say? Probably is Tommy's most iconic thing. I ain't gonna say most iconic, but one of them is when he ran over the little Dominican straight.
Easy like Sunday morning.
You okay? And when season 2, there you go again with that shit. That's your business. This is my business. The only thing I've been fucking good at. Fuck that. You're great at it. But I got more to offer.
Yeah.
And then, Kanan, he has a bunch of them.
Kanan had more funny moments than anything. When he was talking to,
you know what I'm saying? Or a serious moment. They had, iconic scenes.
yeah.
I can't remember a super funny moment or just a really good serious moment, period, from Mekhi Curtis. I'm just saying.
Kanan.
Somebody
like the scene when he was talking to Sean in the lobby, and he was like, "Man, Stevie Wonder can see y'all fucking." And then Sean told him so. Sean told him so, and he had that look. He said, "Tasha told you that."
Tasha
Bro,
told
that was the funniest shit, bro. I'm dying laughing at that shit all the time, bro. Like,
so I was a pussy. Boy, I've been inside for 10 years. If I ain't getting it firsthand, I want to give a front seat. Wherever he said.
you know what I'm saying? That's crazy, bro.
You both forgot the first rules of bitches. Don't tell them shit.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro.
So Hezekiah trying to give him a little bit of grace. He said the same when he said, "I'm scary too, motherfucker," when he was talking to Famous. I mean, that's mid, that's okay, but it's not iconic. It's not memorable. Like everybody will be like, "Yeah, I remember that scene. That shit was," you know what I'm saying? He did. You don't get that from that scene. Like if somebody can think of one and I think about it, like, you know what, you're right.
Yeah.
That's it. But I can't, you know what I'm saying? Me personally, I just can't think of one. Everybody else,
That shit wasn't even iconic at all, bro.
what you talking about when you say I'm scary too? Did he freeze? Yeah, he froze. Okay. But yeah, like I said, you can go down the line for all the characters and stuff like that. They all have at least a couple of iconic characters. You can't think of that with him. So that's just the reason why, like I said, I agree with her. He's forgettable. What about the scene with him and Ronnie after Ronnie sent people to kill Rock? You talk about when he was talking to him, he was like, "Hey, Ronnie, you didn't say nothing about coming out. I told you not to come out to my family." I mean, that don't really give me much for me. Who did I skip? I'm guessing I skipped you. Let me look. Because I don't recall. You talk about, I said, shut up. I'll get the fucking gun out. Goes. Now I got it, fuck nigga. Now I got it. I deserve this. Yeah, you deserve it. Not only for trying to kill me, son, but for whatever it is you got going on with my wife. Yeah. Ghost, like we all know, bro. Ghost got a lot of cold ass things that's just memorable. But see, like Ty Shepard said, bro, season 6 Ghost was just legendary, bro. That mind was turning the hell up in season 6. Everybody's starting to say that, bro, that they believe that Kanan is Tasha's baby daddy. And hey, it could be. Sean is Breeze's dad. You mean Breeze is Sean dad. That's what you mean. You know, that'd be crazy if that do turn out to be true. And maybe that's the reason why, you know, Kanan was cool with wanting him dead, because he was smashing his girl behind closed doors. Scream y'all booted you? Hell, they do that for? I don't know how that happened. What if they just gave the Breeze introduction and we only see him in a the fuck? And we only see him in a few clips, like episode 4, because they gotta close out the other big storylines with the topic. Man, bro, them folk if they want to find a way to piss us off, that'll be how to do it. But I seriously doubt it. I mean, like I said, he might not be super heavy. I can see that. He might not be super heavy up in episodes in season 5, but they're gonna have him there because they do have to get rid of the rest of those characters. Jarita is Bree's little sister. That'd be interesting. Could be. Yeah, he said Jarita had the best ass in the town for sure. Kanan's best scene was catching Symphony half naked at his computer. I mean, I barely even remember it. But I mean, I know what scene you're talking about. Yeah, I don't expect to see a lot of Breeze this season. Probably a good amount of screen time in the last few episodes, though. I might say Kanan and Breeze shared Jarita. That'd be crazy.
Bad gang. I don't know what's up with my internet. Shit tripping. Come downstairs, man. Finish cooking.
I gotta go get me something to eat. I gotta make my picks.
When I come back, don't read so much time.
Oh no, don't worry.
Oh shoot, I forgot about some of these streams.
Yeah, I'm making my. Oh yeah, get them parlays in.
Support. Stop all that capping, bro.
What'd he say? I can't see it.
Man, talking about some Michael and Gianni playing Ghost and Tommy and Oid.
Ain't nobody believing that. Yeah, man, I might have to fucking stir fry this shit up. Stir fry it the fuck up. Shit. I'm glad Jamaican brother came on today though, man. That was dope.
Yeah. Came and talked his shit a little bit on the left.
Yeah.
What's that? Rebounds? This weak ass nigga. That nigga sure be attempting a lot of motherfucking threes too, boy.
Who that?
Miles Turner.
Oh yeah, he be hitting them hoes though.
Yeah.
Hey, that's what I was gonna tell you, bro. If you bet on any fucking body, bro, bet on motherfucking Julius Randle, bro. He guaranteed, bro.
I know, nigga. I noticed. I almost hit for 500 yesterday. Bitch ass Mike Conley missed it by one.
Oh fuck, bro! I learned my lesson with Mike Conley, bro. I was like, man, I'm not gambling with you no more, bro. I'm sorry.
But to be honest with you, though, I ain't get that mad at him because it was because the coach weak ass didn't put the mind back in the game.
Yeah.
And it's like they knew that shit too. They knew that shit.
They pissed me off in our series, bro. Fucking Steve Kerr, bro. He done had Moses Moody out for 5 games. And then, like, I had a bet on this nigga just to hit 1 fucking 3, bro. And this nigga did not put him back in the game. He did not put he played for like 2 minutes one game, bro, in the Minnesota series. And then he came back the last game. And I'm like, why are you putting Quentin Post and Moses Moody in now, nigga? They should have been playing from game 1.
They do that shit too, bro.
I do not understand that shit, bro.
Nah, they got me fucked up with that. I'm telling you, bro. Hold on. He said, if it was true, would you be mad? I mean, I don't know if I'd be mad, but I would think that's crazy and tacky.
What's that?
If they had Michael Rainey and Gianni to play Ghost and Tommy.
That would be tacky, bro. I'm still under the theory to say that the only reason why they ended book 2 was because Origins would have been running. It would have been running too many storylines at the same time. That shit would have started not making too much sense. It would have been like, bro, what the fuck, bro? Y'all pretty much got Ghost and Tommy, the young version and the old version, doing the same shit. Like,
oh shit! Look at this. I could low key put $1,000 on this and try to hit. I'm be mad as shit if you don't go through though.
Nah, don't put. Yeah, hell nah. I'm gonna hit 1,000.
Nah, I got something on something really low, nigga. That's almost guaranteed to hit.
Oh shit! What is it?
You know when they be doing the little goblins.
Yeah.
The green goblins. So I got I'm thinking about. I wish they would give me less on the rebounds, but goddamn, Carl Anthony Towns, little bitch ass.
Yeah.
They only went down to 10.5. He could not get that. Oh no, they got one for 9. He can get. He did have one game against Boston where he only got 8. But the thing is, Boston jack a lot of threes, and it's kind of hard to get rebounds when niggas be jacking out of motherfucking threes. They be long shots.
Yeah, yo. Towns,
prize pick, bro.
You gonna roll with it?
Yeah, I found one for 9. Yeah, I'm gonna go on here and put Carl Anthony Towns on here for these weak ass rebounds. He should get that shit. If he can't get 9 rebounds, bro, I'm gonna find a way to personally contact that nigga and tell him about himself.
He should get it because Miles Turner don't rebound. Miles Turner be too busy sitting at the fucking 3-point line.
Yeah, but the only issue is if Carl Anthony Towns got to guard him, that means he out with him.
That's true. That is fucking true. You absolutely right.
This bitch ass need to get his ass on the block.
I said the same thing about Miles Turner. Miles Turner made me lose money the other night too, bro. I'm like, bro, your bitch ass too worried about shooting, bro. Go get a board, nigga. And the nigga only had to get like 7 boards.
Hold on,
I'm like,
man.
bro.
Here.
What you say?
They so weak, bro. They had Jalen Bronson for 21 points. Now they moved that shit and put it for 25. I instantly today. I said he gonna definitely. That's an automatic.
Yeah.
Let's go out of here with that shit.
I be hating on prize picks sometimes because sometimes that shit be right where you needed it, bro. I'm like a motherfucker only got to score like 19.5 points. And then you look back up, that bitch will say like 22 or something. I'm like, bro, what the fuck y'all move this shit for? Like,
but it's not that I'm saying Rock can't be dead. I just don't want her to be because the way she is. If she had to go out, I wanted to see her go out strong. I feel you, but they did the same thing with Ghost. They didn't give us a good scene with him. Your little truck shirt, that shit go out and smoke.
This shit gonna be crazy.
Damn.
Shit. Making a motherfucking mess.
Y'all so weak. Niggas hope y'all know that. 14. This nigga had a 4-point game. That is crazy.
Who that?
Tyrese Halliburton.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, one of them games. He did ass, boy. I think I bet on him that game, too.
Supposed to be knowing, bro. I swear to God. They be hating their ass. Huh? This nigga, OG Alganobi, had a 2-point game and a 5-point game and a 6-point game.
Yeah.
God damn, nigga, you was sorry as hell some of them games. But let me put under for this 17 points. Your bitch ass gonna drop 20. You know how that shit be, but that shit make me so fucking mad, bro.
I swear, bro. Like they know, bro. Like, man, I'm like, bro, why are y'all niggas acting like y'all know more than what we know or something, bro? I don't get that shit. They give y'all niggas access to them fucking. I honestly think, bro, like sports betting should not be in cahoots with the players, bro. Like if these players go and make accounts, nigga, the sports betting do not need to let these niggas have accounts, bro. The actual players and shit, because I feel like that's low key like cheating, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, I ain't got a motherfucker let them niggas see what they getting bet on for. They like, nah. I just need to make 1-3. I ain't even gonna do it.
That shows support. Hey, when I said B Rilla was gay, I was definitely just joking around. Come on, bro.
Who that? Hezzy?
Yeah, that nigga back.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? It gotta be Hezzy.
That nigga writing that shit on generator. It's nothing that confirms that Patina Miller is in season 5. Folks just saying that because of that picture she posted of her with the
The season 5.
yeah.
I swear I seen another picture where she had one that had like the episode on it, but that shit disappeared from the internet. So could have just been saying shit.
You talking about with the slate?
Yeah, and then it's like she had another picture where it said season 5, like episode. I forgot. It's one of the later episodes. That's all I remember.
It could be. I mean, shit. They do. They playing buying games with motherfuckers.
Yeah, there he is. Man, it's about to rain.
Everybody said, "Rock till you drop." You smell what rock is cooking. What the fuck you talking about, nigga?
Yeah, she only took shit in like a couple seasons now.
Cook this shit too much. Cook it just a little bit. Just enough.
With low key funny.
Call it lunch break. I call it blunt break.
Got one of them 3 hours game. Pass me the 3-hour game. Need that 3
And
hour of my life.
I got damn near the whole pack on me.
Nigga said damn near the whole pack. Hey, you finna get robbed, ain't you? Why you care? Why you so packed up like that at work, gang?
Right. He going 3-pick. He going 3-pick. I know this one should be good. Don't y'all? Damn, they ain't giving you nothing for that. Hold on, $100 right here.
Yeah, I told you I used to be selling that weird.
Ah, okay. That
You
makes sense, though.
making more money doing that than I actually was fucking working.
That's how it go, though, ain't it?
True.
Shit. Gotta have your hustle within the hustle.
But then my main customers all quit the damn job. So I'm like, man, fuck this. Fuck all these cheap motherfuckers.
Oh, you ain't get niggas numbers. I would have got niggas numbers for they
Now I
left.
had numbers too, but once they quit,
And then with the 5 fingers to the
Like
face, man, right.
probably went the cheap route because I wasn't selling on no cheap shit.
Yeah.
Selling straight to gas.
That's legal up there for y'all, ain't it?
I hear you that, but if Marvin is gay, wouldn't that mean Kanan and Ghost family based on what you typing? Yeah, I mean I've been said that. The finale almost made me feel the way I felt when I saw Snowfall finale. Done with it. Why everybody hating on Snowfall finale?
Come on, man. You know the majority of people,
It's still on my list of things to watch. I ain't hating on it.
yeah, like the majority of people that I know watch Snowfall, bro, they did not like that ending, bro.
Yeah, I agree with you. A lot of folks didn't like it for sure.
Yeah, like I guess just because it was just the way it was. I guess the way it was presented and shit. But me personally, I'm like, man, it is what it is. Shit.
I mean, my
I
thing
know what
is,
Ghost got.
you know, they made Franklin, you know, end the way he started, broke his hell, and then, you know, he didn't want to be like his dad, and he turns out just like his motherfucking dad.
Yeah.
Full circle.
Oh,
Like
goddamn.
a full circle moment.
Yeah. Can't knock a full circle moment, bro. Especially if it's told the right way.
Yeah, like
Bitch
that.
ass
Do it the
TJ,
right way. That's the storytelling.
bitch ass TJ, bro. If you don't get these 6 points, that's all you got to get. 6 points this week, nigga.
TJ McConnell,
Yeah.
you better hope he get in the game, nigga.
you just need that nigga at 2-3.
Hey, if he get in the game, you know what I'm saying? If he don't get in the game, they'll reboot it.
They'll reboot it for you.
You know
Yeah.
about that? If he don't play, don't want to go for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Weak ass nigga.
That's what they did with my Moses Moody shit. They rebooted the fuck out that shit.
Look at this weak ass. See this weak ass nigga Miles Turner. Like, bruh.
Yeah, I ain't betting on him, bro. Damn, so ain't betting
I
on
should
him.
bet I don't even put under. But watch that bitch go ham. Look. I'm gonna do it just to do a live tomorrow and show y'all. Be like, bro, that weak ass nigga did exactly what the fuck I said. Bitch ass nigga.
These niggas make protein pop tarts.
Weak ass nigga.
What'd you say, Hezekiah?
These niggas make protein pop tarts.
Protein Pop-Tarts.
Which show is better, Wu-Tang or Snowfall? I haven't seen Wu-Tang, so I don't know.
Wu-Tang is good, man. Go watch Wu-Tang. And I'm currently rewatching fucking Godfather of Harlem.
You watching it?
Goddamn good ass show,
Put that shit
bro.
in the camera
Yeah,
and
good, bro.
camera that shit.
The ending was horrible. I swear if I would have known Snowfall was going to
Ooh,
end, yeah, I would have
motherfucker look good.
put it off.
It probably is.
Pissed me off. The Beyonce pissed me off. They all pissed me off. Yeah. I mean, Franklin slipped to the scene that shit from the fiance comment though. Like, nigga, you scared the fuck out of her. And then her whole family is con artists. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
He should have seen that comment. I would have instantly switched all them accounts, but she don't have access to it. This weak ass nigga Tyrese Halliburton. Yo, bitch ass. I don't think you getting no
Rated,
9 assists. Fuck you.
How
as
many
they call
assists?
9.
Oh shit. Yeah, you taking a gamble on that. I don't know. New York play good defense, but I don't know.
Bro, see, I've been depending on defense, and these niggas been getting their ass cooked in the fucking playoffs. In the season, they've been straight. In the playoffs, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, okay, see, when I tell you during the season, whatever the star player was, OKC will lock their ass the fuck up. Since the playoffs hit, it's been a little iffy.
Yeah. Shit, my chicken. My chicken.
That nigga chicken.
My chicken is cooking, baby.
One thing black people love is definitely some fried chicken.
Or
Y'all
baked chicken. Shit.
Chicken in general.
y'all know I ain't ate chicken in, let's see. I ain't ate chicken in nearly 10 years.
But you a vegan though, ain't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll explain it.
Shit, I wish I could. I aspire to be like you, my brother. I can't do it though.
Shit, I'm with you.
I can stay away from some bacon though. Shit, like
Oh shit,
pork,
I can't even stay
nigga.
away from that.
Yeah, I ain't ate that in about 15 years.
Yeah, bro.
And stay away from that. I got this motto where if it tastes good, then it's good for me.
sound like all of America.
Right. I was happy to see that Franklin died, bro.
Them niggas got fucking obesity problems. I can't gain weight for some reason.
Legends say that his ass niggas eats bacon off camera. Well, legends.
Every time you be on stream eating though, bro, it's always like some fruit or something. I ain't never really seen you eat nothing crazy like a beef and broccoli sandwich or some shit. I don't know.
The Timberwolves versus Knicks finals will be the drama between the teams with the Trays and the Donnie versus Tibbs beef. It's going to be epic. The Timberwolves ain't going to get that, though, my boy. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah, OKC too fucking strong, bro.
Who y'all got to fight, Marvin or Jerome? You know, that's been hot. Folks been talking about that. I ain't, Ebony might be right, bro, because that nigga Jerome be whooping folks' ass. For real.
Yeah.
But I mean, shoot. Who Marvin them got to fight with? Like most of the niggas Marvin fought, like, you know, with niggas.
Regular niggas. We regular ass people.
Well, it's been the same with Jerome, though. We ain't seen neither one. Like, it'd been cool if we could have saw Jerome fight Big Dion.
Oh, yeah. That would have been a good ass fight. Yeah, it was a damn good ass fight for real, though.
Yeah.
They avoided that shit on purpose, I think.
Pascal Siakam, y'all think that little bitch can get 19 points? Well, basically 20.
Ooh. Ooh. I mean, bro, I'm telling you, bro, these niggas, they been playing so wacky, bro. I'm like, man, I had to chill. But if anybody on the floor that I feel like could do it, would be him, though. So it's just all a matter of percent. You can do that shit while they playing too, bro. I know I've done that shit. Like, nigga, it'll be halftime, and if that shit ain't on pause, bro, I'm motherfucking going there. I see a nigga. If a nigga supposed to score like what? Nigga got to score like 15 points. That nigga got like 10 at the half. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna chance and take this shit.
Yeah. Even though I don't like, you know, halftime, like waiting the halftime bets and shit, but that is true. Sometimes you do be able to predict a little bit according to how the game flow been going.
Yeah.
Dale, I agree. I think it should be a time jump too. Hopefully they do. And Rondo, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think their little weak ass niggas should be able to get them rebounds. But hey, I'm gonna go ahead and go for you, Pascal. See, I think you look weak ass nigga.
Yeah. Take that shit.
Wait, I'm ready to talk shit about your little weak ass if you don't get it. Watch.
They better do something because I feel like he kind of went cold in that last series.
Jalen Bronson to get they got him. It's crazy. Regular, they got him for 30. I mean for 29 points, and then they got a Damon where you can go for 30. Might as well take the Damon so you can't even get that extra point. I'm just saying. But if that go 29 points, bro, I'm gonna be mad as hell. I swear to God, that'll be so fucking bad. If that weak ass nigga do that, bro, I'm gonna put him down for this 30 shit.
You about to have me bet on baseball. Trying to stay away from betting.
It be, bro. I be trying to, but when the playoffs start, it's just like
it's the same with me. Then they bitch ass stay trying to give me promotions and payout boosts and all that shit, and they reel me right on back in.
when they give a nigga a promotion, I'm definitely locked in at that point. Like I'm like, oh, y'all gonna give me an extra $50? Okay. Yeah, fuck it. I gamble the house money.
They know what they be doing. They some weak ass niggas for that shit.
It's just like a casino, though. I look at it the same way. Like, my uncle then used to go to casinos back in the day. They used to be like, when you go to a casino, don't buy no drinks and nothing. That's how they get you. I'm like, shit, they already got you. Your ass in there. like you ain't dodging that shit.
Don't mention the casino, boy. Casino be ugly for me, boy. They be so wrong.
Yeah. I'm a Texas Hold'em type of nigga too, bro. I sit at a Texas Hold'em table for hours, bro.
Then what be getting me is them damn blackjack tables.
Yeah.
It's ironic that the actor who played Dion in Snowfall was Zig in Power. Yeah. Who disappeared too. I wonder would they ever bring him back. Because Zig, he just disappeared.
Yeah.
I was cool with Unique until he left the shadows. Early was right. Boy, he exposed crazy. Yeah, he should have definitely stayed in the shadow. That was stupid.
I think they did that shit on purpose, man, because they knew if his ass would have stayed in the shadows, it would have been undeniably this nigga's breeze. Like he gotta be. Nigga said, "Nah, let him come back and be his regular self."
Yeah, let's make him an idiot, y'all. We done. They know what they're doing, bro. Y'all gonna stop taking all my money and let me win. Disrespectful, motherfucker.
Oh, that shit good as fuck, gang.
I was cool with Unique. Okay, this right there. Honestly, it was a fumble, them not making Unique breeze. It literally was the perfect setup and made so much sense. I don't have anything against the guy playing Breeze, though. I'm sure he'll do well. Yeah, it did just make more sense, but hey, it is what it is. I think Unique and Lou got to throw hands before they die. That'll be something to look forward to. I think if they just strictly throwing hands, though, I think Nigga will be on this night. I don't know. I could be wrong. What y'all think?
Shit. I think they knock each other out, man. Lou got some kind of hands.
Yeah, Lou got hands, but I mean, shit. I mean, Nick did beat Ronnie ass.
Man, Ronnie ass couldn't fight, man. I'm saying to break the news to y'all, man. Ronnie ass just couldn't fight, bro.
Y'all gonna disrespect my nigga like that? That's crazy.
He the most iconic character in season 3, but he had no hands. What we failed to realize.
Yeah.
I'm bullshit, no. I mean, shit. He looked like he
He
had
probably
hands.
just he probably just used to beat niggas down when they didn't know he was there.
Is that a nigga with hands though? Here's the Kyle. Let's be honest here.
No.
That's a nigga. That's a nigga that
Oh, that's
used
a sneak attack.
the element of surprise. Yeah, that nigga.
You shouldn't have run your mouth, nigga.
Fucking mouth, nigga. He's mad at that man.
That nigga did Dean so cold.
Yeah, that nigga Ding was a fumble too. The nigga did all that talking about how he was just violent. The nigga didn't kill one person. Crazy.
Got bodied.
I will run your ass into the fucking ground. Nah, it was the other way around, my boy.
And didn't run shit, nigga.
Yeah.
You got ran into the ground.
These names a crackhead.
Stabbed his ass all the way the fuck up.
She said Nika then. Remember, he also beat up them dudes in jail. That's true.
Yep.
And that was a what? That was a 1-on. That was like a 1-on-3.
1-on-3.
Yeah,
Yep.
1-on-3. Yep.
The neo Nazis or whatever the fuck.
Ronnie
Them
punished.
niggas was booty bandits.
Yeah, they were saying Ronnie can fight.
Oh yeah, because they was about to rape Marco Baselli.
Yeah. Straight up booty
He
bandit.
would be
Told
guarding.
that nigga, you want to suck all our dicks. Like, whoa.
OG would be guarding Pascal Siakam, so he ain't getting 19 points in game 1 for sure. Damn. Now you telling me, coach, I done put that shit in.
Who guarding them?
OG.
Oh. Man, OG, I knew he is good on defense. Let me shut up. I'm finna say something inflammatory.
What about this nigga Andrew Nemhard?
Nemhard, what's his points?
They got him for 12.
I would take that because he do be hitting, bro. He like that silent killer on their team for real.
You know what's crazy? During the season, Indiana defense was trash, but now it's like in the playoffs, here these little weak niggas want to get stops.
Yeah.
Ain't that how it always go?
Yeah, it's always the no-name guys in the playoffs.
Unique acting
Niggas don't be getting no minutes in the regular season. The playoffs, like, who the fuck is this?
that Rondo.
Yeah.
Staff Stefano on / near the rest of his turf. Cops could press him. That was one of the slowest murder attempts possibly in power history. Can y'all think of a slower murder attempt that anybody in the power universe tried to do and they failed miserably?
Oh shit.
Because that shit was great.
I can't even think of one, bro.
I knew that nigga was surviving. I'm like, yeah,
You said a slow?
A slaw, like garbage. Like a garbage kill
Outside of
attempt.
Benny. Shit.
That wasn't an attempt though. Like Benny died.
It was an attempt. He went to try to kill Tommy and then got killed.
That is true. That's true. He did attempt. He just didn't succeed at it.
He just failed, yeah.
That's crazy. I can't remember which content creator brought this up, but why did
You can say Vincent.
bus driver wait Crystal's disappearance? Bus driver, but he asked her stepdad who she was. You say why? I'm guessing you mean why didn't? But he asked the stepdad who she is.
I mean, but with the bus driver thing is, you're not sure if it's going to be the exact bus driver because it could be a different driver going the same route.
Lady Z style Claudia was trash. It wasn't slower than that. Because this is the thing, you in jail. You ain't too concerned. Like you gotta think about how much was weighing on you trying to take out this nigga. Because if he survived, think about how catastrophic that would be. The fact that he survived, and now you gotta go to war with that nigga. And now everybody, the 5 families know that you made an attempt on another made man.
I ain't even gonna lie. If I was Russo, I wouldn't have even did that. I'd have just let him like, hey, you tell him you implicating yourself too.
Now, what I would have done after that stab, I would have slit his throat right after that shit.
Or that.
Like this nigga.
That's why they call Russo a pussy, bro. Like Teresa in so many words called that nigga a pussy, bro.
He did, because he always won his style spot, like he never had the balls.
Yeah.
And when he that's why I asked that question. Like I think Neek picked up on it because that conversation and then his conversation with Russo giving him the green light, telling him he made the move on Stephen up.
Yep. Nigga said I took a big swing and missed.
Yeah, Neek saying 2 + 2 = 5 in that equation. Like, oh, something ain't adding up.
Yeah. What if Unique flips though? What if Unique tries to go work with Stefano in the midst of all this shit? That would be funny as hell. Him and Stefano seemed like they was pretty cool in season 3 up until, everything that happened.
And even then, it still seemed like Stefano probably still sort of fond of him.
Yeah. Only reason why Stefano wasn't fucking with him was because Rock pushed up on his business and took his business out from up under him.
Hey, you know what's crazy, bro? Miles Turner lately been getting rebounds, bro. Not a whole lot, but they got this nigga listed for 6.5. He got over that shit. All 5 straight for 4 games out of 5. He got 3 rebounds 1 game, but like game 1 he had 11. Game 2 he had 8. Then game 4 he had 7. And game 5 he had 7. So yeah, your little weak ass gonna get him today? Let me find out. Hold on, who is?
It's just the way his play style is, man. I can't trust that shit.
Yeah, I feel it. You got me on there. I don't know. Fuck that. You sold me. Fuck that
nigga like playing the perimeter too much, bro. And then I was watching that Cavaliers series. It was moments where Jared Allen was nowhere near for him to get the board. And Miles would have the box out positioning to get the board. But for some reason, this nigga would not even attempt to jump to get the fucking board, bro. I'm like, bro, you have got to be kidding me, bro. You like 7 foot down there. What are you doing?
Right.
That shit used to pit, man.
Hey, support. That's also another major theory that they were swearing up and down pushing. I kept telling, like, this is when I was telling the clowns that Famous was dead. They was all over me, like, bro, no, he ain't. He was. They already showed us him playing chess with Kanan, and I was like, bro, that shit is not him. They was swearing down that was him. I'm like, bro, you didn't have no confirmation that that's him. Y'all just going with some shit that you heard. And they were trying to, and then now that was cooked. I don't know what's the biggest thing that eventually season 4 basically debunked a lot of major things. Obviously, the biggest.
You still got some people saying Unique gonna kill Breeze and take his name.
Bro, I think them niggas don't even believe it. They saying it, but they don't believe it. I seen a nigga that said Symphony gonna come back and become it.
I'm still trying to see what Symphony's story would what would his purpose be for coming back?
To be Breeze?
They could have used.
Left to go become a teacher to come back to become a drug dealer.
They gonna teach niggas how to sell drugs, man.
Did we just have a fucking earthquake? What the fuck is that?
Oh hell! I forgot. Yeah, your ass is in Cali. Prayers up, nigga. If that's the case, nigga, get up under a fucking table or something.
Yeah, I want to tell y'all my first earthquake story, but it's crazy. I was laying in the bed. It was this girl I was with. She was in the bed with me. Talking about this whole bed started shaking out of nowhere. I swear to God, I turned around. Bitch, are you twerking? What the fuck is going on? And then I saw she was laying down. Like, oh shit, it's a motherfucking earthquake. It was great. That was my first time feeling an earthquake ever in life. Now I don't deal with like at least 10 of them.
Shit.
Yeah, we be having
any crazy ones? Any like, you know?
The biggest one I ever felt was I was with one of my girlfriends at the time. We were sitting on the stairway at her apartment, and that shit started shaking out of nowhere. That was like the biggest one I ever felt. But I mean, it didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
You said Dane got an off-screen death with Smurf in season 1? I don't remember that shit. Excuse me. I won $300 on the Timberwolves series. I also bet in hometown king Jalen McDonald. Yeah. I hold on. Jalen McDaniels, did he make my shit yesterday? No, that nigga didn't. Fuck him. I would have rather them ran with the storyline than that whack arm under the mattress. Yeah. I knew he was dead. People thought Paul was free. That is crazy there for the people that's out there. That is really crazy. I don't know. Shot for Miles Turner. You tell me that nigga had a game where he took only that's made. I was about to say he had a game where he only took 3 fucking shots. That's crazy. I guess the safe pick is go with Jalen Bronson on something. Whichever weak ass gonna get him. We don't have a breakout guy. We'll do another one like that in case it's weak ass. I don't think OG bitch ass on him. I don't think.
Yeah, he good for about 5-6 points, bro. More than that, I wouldn't even bet on that shit. I would bet on his steals though. Like if he got goblins or if he got demons on his steals, I would kind of bet. He gonna get something.
All right, there we go.
On nigga to get 5 steals. I'm like, bro, when the fuck do y'all niggas just be getting 5 steals? This shit don't be happening. Fuck y'all fooling with this, man.
Remember that Smurf told Rock about unique Rio. The Dame had smoke. Damn, it's crazy. I actually don't remember that, DeMarcus. Okay, that happened, but yeah, I don't remember that. And of course, Tariq and Tommy both pretending to not know each other. In the front of PBI, Tariq went up. It's crazy as hell.
Hype me up. Hype me up. Hype me up.
But yeah, I'm about to go ahead and jump up out here, y'all.
For sure.
Got some more videos to make, got some shit to watch, just a couple of runs to make.
What you watching that's new, bro? Till Power come back on.
Shit, Godfather of Harlem.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna fuck with BMF when it come back.
Hey, watch that Penguin too, bro. This shit only 8 episodes.
You say that's on HBO, right?
Yeah, Max, yep.
Okay. Guess I'll check that out too.
Ain't too much shit out there. It seems like it's a dead time, right? Like ain't no new shows coming out or something. Like I guess they wait until like the winter time or when it get cold out to start, dropping more shows and shit.
Well, productions
Shit,
ain't shit like that either.
While you on HBO, watch The Wire.
What you say? What you say, Jay?
He said while I'm on there, watch The Wire.
No. You saying production? Production do
Oh,
what?
I was saying shit slow right now. It ain't nothing. It ain't a whole lot of stuff being shot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, got an audition in a minute. All right, y'all have a good one.
All right, my brother.
All right, bro. Be safe, bro.
You too.
For sure.